Hi everyone, welcome back again. So in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to build a full stack web application using Django. And this application is called Dev Drive. Understand? So on Dev Drive, you can come on board here, you can read tech articles, and you can also create your own tech articles. Understand? So we have some features on this web application I'm going to show you. Understand? Every of these features will be covered in the tutorial. So first of all, we have a search bar. So you can search for whatever article you want to read on. You can search for JavaScript. Let's say JavaScript. So you want to read articles on JavaScript, you click on the go. So right now we have articles on JavaScript. You can see them all on the page. You can see them here. This is React. React is a JavaScript library. This is React Native. It's also a JavaScript library. Understand? So if I come over here and search for Python, come over here and say Python, and then we go over here. So you can see we have some Python courses. We have Django. Django is a Python framework. We have Python for Dummies. We have data science in standards under Python. We also have Flax, which is a Python framework. Understand? So you have to search there. If you search for any random character and you click on the go button, it tells you that there is no article with the keyword you use. Understand? So you have to search for something correct. If I search for tech right now, tech. So tech, and I click on the go button. So you can see we have tech related articles. Understand? This is Django, is a tech, this is also the internet. Understand? So that's it now. So I'm going to go out to the home page now. So if you notice, we have about 4 articles on a page. We have 4 articles per page. So we have this button. So this is page 1, and we have 4 articles on page 1. If I go down to page 2, I'm going to have another 4 articles on page 2. I go down to page 3 and so on. We have another 4 articles. So this is what we call pagination. Understand? So I'm going to show you how to implement pagination in a Django application. Understand? So we have that already. So what else do we have? So I'm going to go down to the detail page. So for example, we have this tutorial called HTMX. So it used to be HTMX for Dummies. So you can read more on this tutorial. These are just dummy text from Lorem Ipsum. So these are dummy text for now. You can read more and you can decide to drop a comment if you want to. You can only drop a comment if you are logged in. So currently I can see the comment form, right? But if I log out right now, if I click on log out, currently I'm logged out, I can't see the comment form. Okay, if I go out to the detail page once more, you can see right now the comment form has disappeared. They say you have to log in to drop a comment. And if we check on the right side, we have some related articles to this tutorial. We have some related articles to the current article you are reading. You understand? So we have Django HTML, we also have data science, we have Flax, we have Fast API. You can decide to read more on any of them, and you also see another set of related articles to the one you're currently reading. You understand? So that's it now. So as I said before, you can also create your own articles. So before you create your own articles, you must be logged in. So let's sign up right now. So I'm going to sign up now. So I'm going to create an account. So I'm going to call this account IV. This is the user email IV. So I'm going to give the user a username, then a password, then a confirm password. Then you can create accounts. Okay, don't save for now. Yep, so now we're on the login page now. So we're going to proceed now. Remember, the email is iv@gmail.com. So if you can create your own articles, you must be logged in. So this tutorial is going to cover everything that I showed you here. Understand? So right now, okay, I'm going to log in. So now Ivy is logged in. So right now Ivy can create her own articles. Understand? So now we have Ivy on board. Now Ivy can come over here. Understand? Up on the nav bar here, click there, click on create articles. Understand? So you can come over here, you can just put in, you can just say Rust for beginners, Rust full course rather. So right now, so I'm going to pass in the body. So I'm going to put in some Lorem Ipsum text here. So I'm going to give it a thumbnail. The thumbnail is the picture. Understand? It's the picture you see for a particular article. Understand? So I'm going to just search for one. So Ivy is about to create our own content. So let me just put this there. So it's normal thumbnail, and we click category. I just say backend. Understand? So create the article. Understand? Okay, you can see. You say, okay, this article already exists. Someone already has written this article. So I'm going to just change this to I just say Kotlin full course. Okay, let's put in this thumbnail again. Disappeared. So every article all have a unique name. Instead, their names are unique, so we can't have articles with duplicate names instead. So we have Kotlin there. So create article. Up this works. Okay, you can say article created successfully. And right now this is Ivy's profile. So right now this is Ivy's profile page. This is an article she just showed. She just showed this article right now. She can edit it, she can delete it. But right now Ivy's profile is kind of blank. You can say her bio is none, her phone number is none, address is none, and names, everything is all saying none. So she can edit her profile. Click on the edit button. She's over here. She can put in her first name. Can say Ivy. Her last name can be John. Then we have her address. You can just say Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos, Nigeria is fine. Bio, I am a full stack web developer. I'm a full stack web developer. I think that should work. Okay. And then a phone, put in a phone number she wants to. We have that. And then our role, just say full stack developer. Full stack developer. And a profile picture. Let's get something for Ivy. Okay, we can go decide to go with the Apple logo. You click on it, open, and then update profile. So we have Ivy's profile updated successfully. This is a name, you can see. So we have our bio, we have our article. She can decide to delete her article. She click on the delete button, she gets warned. You can see, you won't delete this article. Once she says delete, the article gets deleted. Once she cancels, it stops. Understand? So she can decide to edit the article. She can decide to edit it and say, right, I'm going to just put in what I'm going to put there. I'm going to say next 13 full course. She can update it, update article. Oh, okay, it has been updated. Fine. Next 13 full course, we have it updated already. Instead, so updated, right? So you can start to read more. If you want to read more on the article written by Ivy, so written by Ivy instead. So that's it about this tutorial. It's going to be, and not just that, we're also going to deploy this. We're also going to deploy this tutorial on the cloud. You understand? So, okay, so I was saying before, we also have the app deployed on the cloud. So this is the live URL. So we have it over here on render. Open the link on the new tab. So here's a live URL on render.com. I'm going to place the URL in this video's description so you can check it out by yourself. This is what we have here. This is the live URL. This is the local server over here. You understand? So we have our application up and running beautifully well, and it was well made. You understand? So this tutorial is going to be building up a full stack web application with Django. Not just building, but building and deploying a full stack web application with Django. So without further ado, we are getting started right now. Okay, so right now let's start by creating our virtual environment. Understand? So the virtual environment helps to hold the dependencies for your project. So I'm going to open my right now. So I'm going to start. So I need to open my command prompt. So through my command prompt, I can create this virtual environment. Understand? So the first thing to do here is you need to install the wrapper, the virtual environment wrapper, and you install this once in instance. I'm going to say pip install. So once you have it, you don't have to install again. I'm going to say pip install virtual env wrapper -win. So once you have this, you don't have to install again. So currently I have mine, and it's going to tell me I already have it. Understand? So let's wait for it. Okay, from what we have here, it says requirements already satisfied. That's because I already have it installed. You get? So once you have your virtual environment ready, so what we did here, once you have the wrapper installed, so now I want to create the actual virtual environment. So I'm going to call this, I'm going to say make virtual environments. Right now I'm creating the actual virtual environment. I'm going to say make virtual env. I'm going to call this environment Django. Let me just say DJ24 env instead. So that's Django 24 environment instance. I'm going to call it that. So it's going to create a virtual environment called DJ24 env. You can call yours whatever name you like. So I'm calling mine this. You get? So right here, my virtual environment has been created and also activated. So once it's done, that's fine. All I'm going to do right now is this. Now I'm going to simply do this. I'm going to simply install Django into the environment. I'm going to say pip install. pip install Django. So right now we're having Django installed into the virtual environment. Instead, so once Django is installed, we're going to simply create a Django project and then continue with the setup. So right now I already have Django installed into the virtual environment. So right now it's time for us to create a Django project again. So right now I'm going to go down to my documents directory. I'm going to say cd documents. So right now I'm in my document directory now. So right now I'm going to create my Django project inside of my documents directory. Again, I'm going to say Django -admin. I'm going to say start project. And I'm going to call this project Django 24. So it's going to take quite some time to create. So let's wait for it. So close this. Sorry for that sound. Sorry for that. So right here, my Django project has been created. Our Django project has been created. Right, so I'm going to go down to the Django. I'm going to go down to this folder called Django 24. Okay, so it's a cd Django 24. And then so I'm going to open this with vscode. I'm going to say code, then dot, enter. So I'm currently opening this directory with vscode, and right here it's coming up. So it's here already. So I'm going to make this bigger. Let me make the text, the fonts big. It's coming up. So I think it's getting bigger. I think this is fine. So right now I'm going to open my terminal, create a new terminal. So currently I'm in my terminal. I'm in the terminal right away. So click on this drop down here and choose command prompt. That's what I use. So you can see right here I have my virtual environment activated. Okay, that's fine now. So right here I'm going to the first thing to do now is I want to customize the user model. You understand? So by default Django uses the username and password to log in, but right here we're going to be using the email and password to log in. So right now I'm going to create an app. I'm going to say Python manage.py. I'm going to say start app. I'm going to call this app call. So this app is going to be responsible for managing users' activities. So over here, this is the app here. So in this, I'm going to go down to the models.py file. First, I'm going to import the abstract user. Okay, import abstract user. This is not suggesting. Okay, it's here already. This has been imported. So I'm going to call this custom user. Custom user. So we are going to simply inherit from abstract user. Alright, so I'm going to say the email should be equal to models.email field. By default, the email of the user are not unique. So right here, I'm going to make the email unique so you can use it to log in. Unique should be equal to true. That's fine. And once I'm going to say the username field now is going to be equal to, I'm going to say email, and the required field is going to be simply username. And then I'm going to return a string function. Okay, I'm going to say this. Okay, that's fine. Once I've done that, now go down to your settings file. So I need to make sure I need to restart this app called call. So let's restart the app. These are our projects here. Come over here under the installed apps. Call this call. Once we've done that already, remember now we have a new user model which is custom user. We need to let Django know about it. So this is called self.email, not self.name. So now come over here to the bottom. I'll say user underscore model should be equal to, I'm going to call this call.custom user. So that's it. You need to make sure you have this model registered in the app admin.py file. So over here, I'm going to import the user admin. I'm going to say import user admin. So that's that, and I'm going to come down here and say class custom user admin, custom user admin. I'm going to import from the user admin, and then yep, once we've done that, I think that's fine. Okay, let me just click on this, hold down Control and click on it. So right now just scroll down. Okay, I need this field now, this add field set, Control C. That's because remember in the, what was it called, remember now we've made the email to be unique. So we need to what was it, I'm going to tell you that now. So we need to add the email as one of the fields here, because in the Django admin we are going to, so adding the email here is going to make the email compulsory when trying to create users in the Django admin. You understand? That's why we have to copy this thing and update these fields. So we need to add the email to these fields. So once we have the email here, it's going to make the email also required when trying to create users in the Django admin section. I'm going to say email. That's important. So that's fine. And we can also add our list display here. List display should be equal to, you just come over here and say email username. That's fine. Let me just add first name and last name. We'll still add more characters later. And make sure you have it registered. I'm going to say admin.sites.register. And I'm going to have, what was it called? So I'm going to import the custom user. I'm going to say from .models. Imports custom user. I'm going to say custom user. And then what was next again? I'm going to simply custom user admin. Okay, that's fine. Once done this now, let's make migrations and be sure everything is working. Python manage.py. Make migrations. Ouch. Required fields. Username field is currently set to username. Okay, sorry. Go down to your models.py file. This should be username fields. Okay, required field username. What was the problem? Okay, I think I've seen my mistake. This is not meant to be in a tuple. It should just be a string. Okay, and funny for here, let me just add this as a list display. This is better. Okay, I think we have this. This is much more. This is better. So let's make migrations now. Ouch, it's still not going. What's happening? The models is disturbing. So this is acting quite stubborn. Just run server. Let's run the server. Python manage. Let's run the server and see. So you need to refresh the server. So run server. Hope it works. Once we run server, we're going to make migrations again. So make migrations. Ouch. Why is this acting so stubborn? Make migrations. It's working now. So let's migrate. I didn't change anything. I only removed the parentheses, the tuple, and I don't know why it was acting stubborn. So it's working. So we're migrating now. So now let's create a super user. Create. Super user. Right now you can see it's asking for the email. So username. Okay, our super user has been created successfully. That's a good one. So nice now. So we are going to start with building the blog. So let's continue. Okay, so right now the next thing to do now is to start building the blog. So I'm going to create a new app called blog. I'm going to say Python manage.py, Python manage.py. I'm going to call this blog app, start app. I'm going to start app first and create a blog app. Okay, I have our blog app created, that's fine. So I'm going to register this app into the settings. I'm going to register the app in the settings file. Here's our install apps. I'm going to call it blog app. So that's fine. So the first thing I want to do now is this. I want to create the template. I want to create the views. So I'm going to say the index page, that is the home page, index page. I'm working on the index page right now. So I want to just make sure I can render out something. Get. So let me just return. Let me just say request. And I'll say blog app / index.html. And I'll have my context passed here. The context is the data we passed the template. So I'm going to define my context up here. So this is my index page. I'm going to do the same thing for the detail page. I'm going to call this requests. I'm going to pass in the context. And then copy this. So we're going to create this. So right now we have two templates called index and detail.html. So let's create these two templates right now. Go down to your blog app, create a new folder called templates. In that app, create these two new files. You're going to create this file. Before you create the file, create this folder called blog app. Blog app, and then in that folder we're going to create two files. First one is called index.html, and the other one is called the detail.html. So we have these two files created, that's fine. So when we have that done, we're also going to create another template, and this template is going to be created in the root directory. And here it says, yeah, it's not going to be inside of any app. So I think I spelled it wrongly. Okay, so I'm going to create a file here called the base.html. So this base.html is going to be the parent. It's going to be the templates that other templates will inherit from. It's going to be like the parent template where other templates will be inheriting from. So we have that there. So that's fine. So I need to make Django know about this template because this is not in any of the apps. So Django doesn't know about it. I'm going to go to my settings.py file. Just in the templates variable, we have this directories. We're going to tell Django about the folder called templates. I'm going to call it template, that's the name. So that's fine. So I'm going to get the actual template very soon. So now we've done that already. So I think we can, okay, now, so right now let's go get the actual templates. Okay, I think I have it open here. So I'm going to open this right away. Okay, I'm going to open this on vscode, open with code. Okay, it's up here. So I'm going to just copy out the templates that I'm going to be using. So right now I'm going to copy out the header and the footer. The header and the footer is going to be the, what is it called? It's going to be the base template, the header and the footer. So I'm going to paste that here. Here's my base templates. I'm going to paste it here. This is the header. I'm going to get the footer from here. Okay, this is the footer section. So where we have the footer, I think here. Okay, that's fine. Okay, perfect. So right now I'm going to add a block inside of this. Let's say block contents. And then I'm going to just simply just say h1 hello world. Okay, that's fine. These are base templates already sorted out but not fully sorted. I'm coming back to it. So for my index page, where are you? It's inside of the blog app. Okay, so I'm going to come back here. So the page, the section between the header and the footer is going to be the index page, you get. Okay, and then before I paste, I'm going to put in the, what was it called, let me show I'm talking about this block content. Remember, the index and the detail page are going to be inheriting the header and the footer from the base template. So before you can do anything, you must make sure you have this block content on those on the index page, and also on the detail page, and also on every other page that's going to inherit this, that's going to inherit from the base.html. So yeah, I'm going to have my block contents again. Paste that here, that's fine. The same thing for my detail page. So before I leave here, I need to set up the static file. The static files consist of the, what's it called? It consists of the styles, the JavaScript, and the static images on the website. You get. So I'm going to configure our static files right away. So right now you can see here's the base templates. Just up here you can see have our CSS, we have our favicon. These are static files. Now the bottom we see have our JavaScript. These are static files, so we need to configure them to make sure they are working. So over here I'm going to create a new folder called static. Okay, that's it there. So I need to make sure Django knows about this folder. Go down to your scene.py file. Just here. I'm going to say static files underscore directories, dirs should be equal to, I'm going to say base directories slash static. That's the name of the folder. Okay, that's done. We're not done yet. So I'm going to create a folder inside that folder. Inside that, I'm going to create a folder here called CSS, and then this folder I'm going to create a file called style.css. So right here, I'm going to copy the styles from our templates. Ctrl A, Ctrl C, copied. Now paste it here. That's perfect. Let me see if our JavaScript file is empty. It's empty. These are comments. It's empty. So we are going to leave that. So for the assets, so I'm going to simply, okay, I'm going to create a folder called assets in the template, in the static folder, assets. So I need to drag and drop this favicon. Okay, it's coming. Come over here. Okay, it's has this folder. Perfect, it's there. That's good. I think I'm making progress right now. I need to link. So right away, go down to your base.html. So we need to link this a proper way. Come over here, the Django way. So we're going to link it the Django way right now. This is how it's done in Django. Remember, we have the static folder first, then we have CSS. So we're going to put this inside of a single quote. That's fine. The same thing for this. Your curly braces, the percent. and here we have static. Okay, I think yeah, that's fine. And up here, make sure you have static loaded. I'm gonna say load static. Okay, I think that's good. I think we're making progress. Yeah, so now let's go and configure our detail.html. Right here, we're going to simply get the code for the detail page. So I have the template here also. I'm going to simply just open this. Open with code. Okay, here it is. I'm going to simply copy the code in between the header and the footer. So just copy this section to before the footer. Yes, I chose the auto. Oh, that's okay. Let's copy again to before the header gets Ctrl C. Before you paste, you must put in the block contents. Okay, paste it. So that's fine. And it's also extend. It's also inherit from your base.html. I forgot. Make sure it inherits from your base.html. Base.html. Go down to your index page. Make sure you're inheriting from the base.html. Okay, that's fine. So I think we're done with the template setting up. We are done with the 3 of them. That's fine. So now go down to your views.py. So we have the views here. So we need to create a URL path for these 2 views. You understand? So I'm going to create a new file called urls.py inside of the blog app. urls.py. That's good there. So I have this file. I'm open it to the right. Split right. Okay, we have this file now. So I'm going to say from Django.urls. So I'm going to simply import paths, and then I'm going to say from. I'm going to also import this views module. I'm going to say from dot. The dot represent the current folder we are in. I'm going to say from the same folder, import views, and then I'm going to say URL patterns. Sorry. Should be equal to, I'm going to say paths. So I'm going to say views.index, and the name is going to be equal to index, and I'm going to have this again, paths, and I'll say okay, let me just call this detail for now. I'm coming back to it. I'll say views.detail, and the name is going to be equal to detail. Okay, now so we need to let Django know about this url.py file we created in the blog app. Django does not know about it. Go down to the project itself. This is our Django project, and here we are going to simply let Django know about it, the file. Over here we're going to import include first. Import include rather, what am I saying? Include is include. So over here, just come over here and I'll say include. Sorry, I spelled that wrongly. I'm going to say blog app. .urls. Okay, that done. So let's run server. I hope everything is going to work. I need to spy run server. Run server. I hope it works on our first try. I know we've encountered some errors during the customization of the user model. Okay, let's just hope this works on the first run. Hope I didn't forget to add anything. I didn't make any typo. Let's be sure. So we're gonna open this right away. So it's gonna come up right now. Okay, sorry. So I'm gonna put it on a different port number because currently something is on the default ports. So on port 8001. So everything worked fine, so we didn't face any error. These are templates. Cool. So I'm going to go down to the detail page. Perfect. Everything is good, is working good. So we are done with the setup of the templates, so that's fine. Okay, right now I did some little adjustments on the templates in the stand. So right now let's go and start working on the blog models. So now go down to our blog app. We're going to create a model for our database. So I'm going to create a table called blog. I'm going to inherit from models.models. So right now, what are the characteristics of a blog? What are the characteristics of a blog? A blog has a title. Let's say models as character field. With a max length. Let me just say 50. A blog has a slug. I'm going to say models.slugfield. A blog has a body. Models of text field. A blog has a picture, an image. That's what we call the thumbnail. I'm going to say models.image field. I'm going to say upload to. A blog has the time it was created. This is thumbnail, that's the picture or the image of the blog. I'm going to say created. Let's equal to models dot date field. I'm going to say auto now underscore add equal true. So this is going to record the time the blog was created. A blog has an updated field, the time this blog was updated. Now I have models update field. That's going to be auto now equal true. So what else does the blog have? Okay, I think for now let me add the category. Before I add category, I need to add the category. Let me just create a model called category class category. Let's say models.model. That's the title. Models character field. Let's say max length should be 25. The string function. Return self.title. Okay, copy the same stuff, bring it down here for the blog. Perfect. Okay, now we're going to register these two models in the admin of the blog app. I'm going to say from .models import blog and category. Okay, that's fine. The next thing now is to register them. I'm going to say admin the site.register. Could just say blog and category. And now let's make migration. Make migrations. Okay, I need to install the package called Pillow because this field here, image field requires the package it's called pillow. We have the error here. You need to install pillow. Yes, I'm going to say pip install pillow. Make sure your virtual environment is always activated, because this dependency is going to be installed. Well, I'm having a network problem. Let me just fix that. So I'll say pip install pillow. Let's wait for it. So pillow has been installed. So now let's make migrations. Migrate. Let's migrate now. Okay, run server. Let's wait for it. That's fine. So I'm going to go down to the admin now and go and let's create some articles, some blog content. Okay, let's say clint at gmail.com. Okay, let's put in the password there, and then we log in. Okay, now I'm going to create some categories. We just say front end, back end. I'm going to pause video and just let me say back end. So I'm going to pause the video and create some categories. Okay guys, so before proceeding with creating of the blogs, I need to go and configure my media files. Understand where our media configuration. So go down to the settings file. Okay, just under the static directories, I'm going to just come over here and say media URL. Media underscore URL. I'm going to set that to img. And then the media roots, I'm going to set that to base directory and also /media. So this is the folder this is the folder that is going to hold all our media files. The media files are the user uploaded files instead. So, and this is the URL to access the media files instead. The media URL is the URL for accessing it, and this is responsible for holding the files. So we have this already. So now we're not doing the configuration. We're going to go down to our URLs. The one in the project, the one in your Django project, understand? The one in your Django project. So I'm going to import two stuff. I'm going to import our settings module. I'm going to say from Django.com. Import settings. I'm going to import I'm going to say from Django.conf.urls .static. I'm going to say import static, and that way we're going to say URL patterns. So we're going to add a new URL to the existing URL. I'm going to say plus equal to, we're going to say static, and then we'll say documents. So we're going to say settings dot media underscore URL, and then document underscore roots should be equal to settings dot media roots. That's fine. So now, okay, so we have that now. So let's go and add some articles to the blog. Let's run server first. This is looking. Our server is currently okay. It's running. So let's add the blogs. The network is quite slow. I don't know why it's. So I'll just add one and I'll add the remaining. Okay, lest I forget, I need to also work on the slug field. Understand? I want to make sure that whenever I'm typing in the title, the slug gets pre-filled with the value in the title field, with the value from the title field. Understand? So right now, go down to your blog app the admin.py file in the blog app. Where's my blog app? The admin.py. Okay, over here I'm gonna say class blog admin. I'm gonna say admin.model admin, whatever as we are inheriting from. And then I'm gonna add these pre-populated fields. You understand? So the value of the slug field comes from the title field. You understand? And now I'm going to simply change this from, let me remove this. I'll say blog admin. Now just copy this again for the category. So I think that's fine. Run server. Okay, so now let's go down to start adding the blogs. I need to add something here. Let me just add one more category. It came to my mind now. That should be tech. It's important. Save. Now for the blogs. Over here, I'm going to just say JavaScript learning roadmap. You can see now it prefilled it automatically. These are slow. Is a slow. You can see. So I'm just gonna copy this as the body. So just to make things faster. Paste that here. Thumbnail. Okay, let me just give that a picture. Okay. Let me change to let me just say Django tutorial for beginners. That's better. Django HTML tutorial. And then ouch, something is missing. I forgot to migrate. There is meant to be category. Where is it again? I need to add category, but it's fine. I'll come back to that. So now let's create our article. Just save, and let's add another one. I'll come over here and say JavaScript course for beginners. So paste that guy here. Add in the thumbnail. So I'm going to add more. So I'm going to pause the video and keep adding. Right here, I have up to 4 blogs. Let's go. So we're going to render this. So we are going to render those blogs on the page. Go down to my views. Where are you? Blog app views.py. So I'm going to import. I'm going to say from .models import blog, and down in the index view, I'm going to come over here and say blogs should be equal to blog.objects.all. Right, so I'm going to pass blogs here, and I will say blogs, that's it. And then we're going to simply go down to our index page and then render out those blogs. Is that right away? Index.html, yeah. I'm going to make this smaller so I can be able to navigate my way around. So up here you can see we have, let me just show you guys something. Run server. I'm going to increase, I'm trying something. I'm going to increase the size later just to check something. Ouch. Blog has no active. Okay, blog.objects, the views. Sorry for this thing is looking so small. I'm going to increase it later just to check. Just be cross check. I'm just cross check something. Refresh the page. Okay, you can see we have this featured blog. So we're going to work on that featured blog. So I'm going to create one more blog article. Let me just create one more. Before I do that, okay, let me just increase the size of this stuff. Go down to the models.py file of the blog app. I don't want to waste time with this, so I'm going to add a field called featured. Should be equal to, going to be a boolean field, models of boolean field. Default should be equal to false. I spell default wrongly. This is recording. Okay, and also for the category, we are going to make sure that a category can have several blogs. And over here, I'll come over here and say category should be equal to, let me just say models dot foreign key. Foreign key is a one-to-many relationship. Understand? A category can have several blogs. That is what it is. Foreign key, and then I'm going to link the category. So I'm going to say on delete. See, if I delete a particular category, I want to still keep the blog article. I'm going to say models.cascade, and then I'm going to also say, what else should I have there? I am going to also say related name should be equal to blogs. So that's that. So I'm going to make migrations. Sorry, I need to put in the blank equal true, and null equal true, and then make migrations again. And let's migrate. Now let's run server. Okay, so right here I'm going to simply add a new blog right away, and this blog now, so for this featured page I want to make sure we have a blog for the featured, for this feature section. I'm going to just come over here and say let me just say Rust full course. Okay, let me just paste this. Okay, let me add the thumbnail. Okay, open, and this is featured. This is the only featured blog we have. We're only meant to have one featured article. You understand? Only one featured blog, you get. So once I save this, so this course is the only featured course. If you check other courses, other blogs, they are not, the featured is still false. So we are meant to only have one, because up here we only have a space for one blog. Okay, so now I'll go down to the views now, and over here I'm going to also come over here and say featured underscore blog should be equal to, let me just say blog dot object dot gets, and I'll say dot get featured equal to true. I'll pass that over here. I'm going to just say f underscore blog should be featured underscore blog. That's it. And over, okay, that's it. Now let's go down to the index page. So I'm going to make this smaller again so I can easily navigate around it. Okay. Okay, from the arrangement we have, you can see you can see now we have two blogs in a session. You can see how it is now. So look at it over here. Let me just show you. Okay, what's happening here? Okay, I know what's going on, so I'm going to just simply remove this, leave, it's gone. And then for this other one, I'm going to also remove this guy, it's gone. Okay, and I'll just come over here and say okay, go down to the views now. Remember something. Right now, I'm going to simply filter the blogs. I'm going to say blogs.object.filter. We don't want all the blogs to appear here. Understand? We want to get for this session. Want to only render out the blogs as the featured is false. And over here, the one that is true, the one with the feature true is going to be rendered up here. So I'm going to come over here now and simply filter my blog. I'm going to say, sorry, I'm going to increase the size. Let me just featured should be equal to false. Okay, that's it. To my views, to my index page. Where are you? So I've gotten what I wanted. So I can increase the size now. Okay, that's what I did here. Let me see if I can increase it further. Okay, just come over here. I'll copy this, paste here. I'll say for blog in blogs. Okay, let's see if it's gonna make any sense. Okay, that's fine. So it's working. So over here, I'm gonna pass in the details. I'm gonna come over here, pass in the image. I'm gonna say blog.image. Sorry, dot thumbnail. That's a field name. Thumbnail.url. And this is the created time. I'm gonna come over here and say blog.created. Let's see what it's looking like at the moment. Okay, so now that's fine. So now let's put in the title and the body. So blog.title. Okay, and the body. Blog.body. Where am I? Okay. Ouch. Okay, the body is too long, so I'm going to simply cut out some characters. Let's go down to the body. Let's go down there. So we're going to truncate. I'm going to put this template filter tag. I'm going to say truncate characters. Truncate. I only need, let's say, 100 characters. And then refresh. Okay, that's better. And right here, I want to put in my featured blog up here. This is our featured article. You can see what's the name again from the views. It is called f_blog. It points down to the featured blog. Let me make this. I think this is too. Because I've seen this clearly. Come down to the okay, just on top. Yeah, and I'll say yeah. f_blog. The thumbnail. .url. And I'll say f_blog.created. And the title should be here. f underscore blog dot title, and the body should fall here. F underscore blog dot body dot truncate, sorry, not dots, then truncate characters. Let's give us 100. Okay, this is fine now. Okay, that's it. Right now we are done with the index page for now. So next thing is work on the detail page. So whenever you click on this button, you can read more on a particular blog post you get. So let's go work on it. Let's go and work on it now. So to my views.py over here. So you're going to get each blog by their slug. So that's why I have to add a slug over here, and then I'm going to come down here and say blog should be blog.objects. Look at object.get slug equal to slug, and we are going to pass that into the context. Okay, this is fine. And once we've done this, the next thing, go down to your URL for the blog app, and you are going to pass in the slug also in the URL. Okay, so I think that's it. And once we've done this, the next thing to do now is go down to your index.html. So this read more, I'm going to pass in the URL for the detail page. So say URL, and then we pass in the value of this name attributes. And then you're going to pass in the blog. Okay, you're going to pass in elf underscore blog dot slug. Do the same thing for the blog, for the other blogs. I'll say detail, I'll say blog dot slug. Okay, this is fine. To the browser, click on any, okay, click on any of it. Okay, it's working. It's working now. So we are going to put in the actual data into the URL, into the detail page. You understand? If I go back to the home page, come over here. Okay, you can see okay, it's working. So over here, I'm going to change the name to article and not, let's call this article. Okay, so to the detail page. Okay, yeah, you come over here. The first thing we're going to do is put in the blog title. Say blog title, and if we're going to put in the, let's say posted on, I'm going to put in the date the blog was created. I'm going to say blog.created, and this is going to be the author of the blog. Right now our blog does not have author yet, so we're going to get there soon. Okay, over here I'm going to put in the blog category, blog.category, and this is the blog thumbnail, blog.thumbnail.url. And as for the body, I'm going to remove all this several paragraph, just need one. in there. I'm going to say blog.body, and I'm going to add a template tag called line breaks. Okay, this is going to make sure our blog is looking. It's going to make sure our blog. So let me just show you what it's going to look like. Refresh. Go back to the detail. Go back to the home page. Okay, click on any of the blog articles. The detail. Click on the read more. Okay, now the line breaks. Now I can see our blog is broken down into several paragraphs. I think there was no line breaks. Everything will have been jam-packed together. So with the line breaks, it kind of gives spaces between the blog articles. It renders out the blog article the way it is in the Django admin. You understand? So you can see there are some spaces between. So I didn't add these line breaks there. Everything would have come out. Everything would have been. Okay, let me remove the line break and show what I'm talking about. So right now you can see it's looking quite fine. So if I refresh the page, sorry, 127. Okay, go back there again. Sorry, that's not it. That should be port 8000. Sorry for what's happening. 127 port 8001. You can see that everything is jam-packed together because there is no line break. So let me add a line break now and come back to the page. Refresh. You can see it's looking better now. So that's it now. So we have been able to implement the detail page. Okay guys, so we are done with the detail page. So right now we are going to work on authentication instead. So let's get started right away. Authentication. So we are going to go back to the user app, to the core app, you understand. So if you remember, we've been working on the blog app for some time now, so we're going to go down to the user app to implement our authentication, you understand. So let's do that right away. To the core app, not user, sorry for calling it user. So in the core app, I'm going to create a file called forms.py. So I'm going to get my login, my sign up form ready in the forms.py. So in my forms.py, I'm going to import forms. I'm going to say import forms up Django. So I'm going to say from Django. I thought it was going to autocomplete it for me. From Django, import forms. I'm going to also import the user creation form. I'm going to say from Django.contrib .auth.forms, import user creation from. I'm going to also import the get user model. I'm going to say from Django.contrib.auth, import get user model. So for the user creation form, it enables us to create users, and as for the get user model, it helps to select the actual user model we are using. Currently we are working with a customized user model, not the Django default. We are not the Django default model. So with this get user model, is going to simply be able to pick the current model we are using, and so it's going to pick the customized model we are working with. So right, I'm going to call my form register form, and it's going to inherit from user creation form. And now the class method, I'm going to simply come over here and say model should be equal to get underscore user underscore model, and the field should be, so for our sign up we need the email. No, the email is compulsory now. The username, the password, password and the confirm password. So we're going to style this field. So up here we'll say email should be equal to forms as character field. We're going to say widgets should be equal to, so widget should be equal to forms dot email inputs, and then we're going to have the attributes. We're going to have the class. So through this now we're going to assign a class to the email field. So since we are using Bootstrap comes with a class for its field called form control. So form control now, so in this class is going to help us specify our forms, our form fields. I'm also going to pass the placeholder. I'm going to simply just say enter email address. Okay, let me just close this, guys. I don't need that for now. Yep, so this is something for the username. So forms dot character field. I'm going to say the widget should be equal to forms dot text inputs, and the attributes the same thing, the same class. I'm going to say form control, and lastly I'm going to say placeholder, and I'll simply just say enter username. Okay, I might just copy this to make it faster. Let me just look for the password. I'm going to say password 1, that is the normal password, and password 2 is the confirmed password. So over here I'll say password input, and then correct, and I'll say enter password here. Let me just copy this for password 2. Okay, now over here just say confirm password. Okay, now so we have our register form set. So now we need to use this form in the views.py. So you remember we are working with the core app now. Open your views.py in the core app. Okay, you're going to say from dot forms import register form. Then come down here. I'll say, so let's create a view. I'm going to say sign up, use our sign up view. So over here I'm going to simply just return the template. Now say call slash sign up, that's HTML, and I'll pass the context. Yeah, context equal to dictionary. So now we're going to create this template. Yeah, so let's do that. Okay, let's create a new folder here called templates. Then we're going to create a new file called signup.html, and then we're going to extend from the base templates base.html, and we're going to say the user block contents. Yeah, so next now let's create a form. So now have a method of posts, then the CSRF token. So right now we have our form is empty, so the fields for the form is going to come from the views.py. So let's get the fields now. So now, okay, first of all I'm going to say form should be equal to register form. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to pass it to the context. Okay, that's fine. So now go down to the sign up form again. So we're cutting the fields now. So we're going to put the field inside of a div. I'm going to call this div is the bootstrap. So that's what's happening. That's mb3. Yeah. So now that's it. Now before we proceed, so now I'm going to look through the form. I'm going to say for field in form, right? But remember this form here contains several fields, so now we're looking through each of the fields in the form. Understand? So for field in form, so lastly I'm going to check now if field dot errors. So if a field, sorry, not down. So if a field happens to have an error message, I'm going to say if field dot errors. So this what I'm doing now is responsible. It's going to be responsible for applying error message to our form field in case there's an error. So if field dot errors now, so we're going to simply just come over and say dot mb3. So now we're going to actually display the field, the actual field. And then we're going to also show the error message that came up. I'll say field dot errors. Oh, see if there is no error, we're going to simply display the normal field instead. And we have the field here. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, since everything is working fine, before I proceed, I need to copy the styles for this page into this location. Okay guys, so right now we have the form, so I'm going to add a style for this form page, because without the style the form will still look, the form won't be looking good. I mean the form container, this particular container. But as for the fields itself, we already styled the fields in the forms.py. From here you can really style the field with this form control, you understand? So okay, so once we've done that, so let's continue now. So currently we are only handling the get request. We've not handled the post request that's going to actually create this user. But before we do that, so let's create a URL for this view. Remember, we are working in the core app. The core app is for managing the users. The blog app is for the blog. So now come back to the core. In the core, I'm going to create a new file called urls.py. So you open this to the right. So this is our core app. So I'm going to just simply speedily, let's just say from Django.urls import paths. And then we're going to say from we're going to import the views. I'm going to say from dot import views. I'll say URL patterns should be equal to, I will say paths. So right now what we are trying to do now is, so for I'm going to say register and then views dot sign up. Let me just call it sign up instead of register. Let me say sign up. I'll say views dot sign up. let's call the name also sign up. So we need to let Django know about these URLs. Remember, this URL is coming from our app. So go down to Django project now and inform Django about it. So over here, we want to tell Django about this core URL. So come over here, I'm going to say path, and right here we just say user, and then we'll say include. So so this user means that before you can access the URL from the core app, you must prefix the URL with user instead. So I'll show you. I'm going to say include, and I'll say core.urls. Okay, we've done that already. So now right now is what's happening on the form.py is showing some error. There's no. Okay, let's continue. Let's just run server again. Oh, since there's a problem, let's see what the problem is. It says from dots. Okay, I've seen the error message. I've seen the error. If you check closely, this is supposed, you can see from line, this is meant to be inside of curly braces, just what we have in the first line on line 7. Instead, so I'll just copy line 7 now, Ctrl C, now I'll paste it down and change what I need to change there. It needs to be in curly braces, but I didn't do that, so that's why the error came up. So this is going to be enter password. This should be confirm password. And it should be enter username. Okay, that's done. Hope it fixes the error. Server is done running. As I was saying, I want to see the sign up page. Okay, now so before we see that, you know what, this is the URL / sign up. So before you can access this URL, you must prefix it with user. Remember, this is our, so remember, this is our project url.py file. This is the main url.py file. So go down to the browser and then let's try it and see. You see user / sign up. Hope it works. Okay, this template, I think there's a problem. Let's see, does not exist. Let's be fast. Views.py calls home.html. I can't find this template. Let's see. Templates. What does that mean? Okay, from our views it says core/signup.html instead, but right here we only have the template folder, so we need to create the folder called core. I'm going to say core, and I'm going to pull in this into the core folder. I'll say move, and that is done. To the browser, refresh, and yes, we have this. We're not done yet. This is our sign up form. We are still working on it. Okay, let's proceed. So to the sign up form, up here I'll simply come to the top and say, we just say h4, and we just say create an account. And once I've said that, I need to also add a submit button. What's happening here? I have two forms. Let's remove this for now. Okay, so let's add the submit button. Come over here. I'll say submit button. Create a class. Let's say class should be equal to btn. I'm using bootstrap classes. Primary, and I'm going to give it a width of 100%. Now just click over here and just say create accounts. Okay, let's see how it looks like. Okay, looking good. Okay, and over here now, you need to also add a link at the bottom of the button saying if you already have an account, you can log in. So let's add the link at the under this button. So I'll just paste this link as I already have it. Okay, I already have an account, so you can log in. So let's see what it looks like. Okay, that's fine now. So right now, our form is just simply rendering out the fields. So now let's make it create an account. So I'm going to go down to the views now. So currently we only work on the get request. So now let's work on the post request. I'm going to say if request.method is equal to post. So you're going to say form should be equal to register form. And I'm going to say request the post that refers to the content of the form. So right now this form now is simply pointing out the form and the data in the form. Right, this one up here is pointing just to the empty form. So now I'm going to check if the form is valid. Say if form dot is valid, then I'm going to just say form dot save, and then I'm going to simply return redirect to the index page. Before we do that, I'm going to come over here and say messages dot success. I'll say request. Down here, just say accounts created successfully. That's fine. And before I forget, we need to import messages on top. I'm gonna come over here and say from Django.contrib import messages. Yeah, that's fine. And lastly, we need to go down to our index or our base template to render out these messages. Understand? So let's go and do that right away. Before I go there, I'm going to simply just come over here and then copy I'm going to simply get the message style I need. So let me just get one of it. Copy this. Then to our base templates. Yeah. Just on top after the nav bar. Yeah, just say for message in messages. Yeah, I'll paste what I copied, and here I'm going to pass in the message dot tag. That's for the style that the alert is going to render. For example, over here we are saying success. So for this message or tag we have here, it's going to be alert-success, and it's going to make sure our message is rendered in green. Where is it again? Ouch. It's going to make sure our message is rendered in green. This is success, alert-success. So I used a warning message here. it's going to make sure the message comes in yellow, which is warning. Understand? Now I have this here, and here is going to be our actual message. That's fine. Okay, so now let's test things. Let's test and see if everything goes well. So right now we've already handled the error message already in the form itself. So what we did here is that if there is an error, the form is going to simply render the error message under the field, under the input field. If there is no error, everything goes well. There is no error, so you get. So that's it. So the browser, hope everything is done. So make sure your form has the method post and the CSRF token. Let me just put it on top. So up everything to the browser, refresh. So I'll come over here. I'm going to say Mike at gmail.com. Let's call him Mike. Password. So I'm going to create an account. Try an error, so you need to import redirects. Go down to vscode. We use redirects here. Let's import it. So the browser, refresh. You can see it says accounts created successfully. It worked. So right now I made some changes to the alert. I had to place it. I had to put it inside of a container, so it does not take up the full width of the screen instead. So and I give it a margin top of 20 pixels. So right now let's try and see what it looks like. So I'm going to say Sam. This is a new user. Sam at gmail.com. His username is Sam. Give me a password. So I'm going to enter some kind of fake one password. If I create an account, you can see it tells me the error message that this password didn't match, right? So if I come over here, we already have we already have a user called J. So if I put in J here, and let me say J, if I put in the password and try to create an account, it's going to throw an error that J already exists. So that's because of the field I told you. It's not because of what we did here. I told you that if there is an error, this error message displays. If there is none, there will be no error message. You get. So how is happening here? So I'm going to create a new user now. I'm going to simply come over here and say Jane at gmail.com, and the name should be Jane. The password. Then you create an account. Alright, so you can see we have accounts created successfully. That's fine. It's working now. So next thing, let's work on logging in the users. Right now our users are being created, so next thing is to log them in. Okay guys, so we already work on the sign up view. So next thing is work on the login view instead. So over here, so I already have my login templates. Yeah, so I already added the code. I already added the template over here already. So I'm going to show what it looks like. So let's go down to the views now and create the sign in view. Understand? So let's do it right away. So say dev, I'm going to say sign in. I'll say the request. Yeah, you're going to simply just come over here and say return. Let's copy this. I'm gonna return the login.html. Yeah, and over here let's just create a URL path for this quickly. I'll call this sign in. Let me views.sign in. Yeah, sign in. Okay, we already have that. So now go down to the browser and go down to /user /signing. Well, context is not defined. Okay, let me just add it. Okay, let's wait for it to load. Ouch. Okay, from what I copied, I should have removed. What's the problem? Sorry, login.html. This is called sign up and not register. This is from what I copied. So to refresh the page once more. So this is what the page looks like. You understand? So the login template, it consists of the form itself and then the email field and the email field, the password field, the button, and the text underneath the button that says if you don't have an account, you can simply register. Understand? So now we have the simple form, no big deal. Okay, now it's time to make this form active, to make it work. So what do we need now? So now we need to get the value of the email field and the value of the password field, and then we need to check if these two values exist in the database, if the email exists and if the password is the right password for the email to log in. Understand? So with that now, so we're going to use this name attribute to get the value of the email. We're also going to use the name attribute to get the value that was entered in the password field. We use the name attributes of this field to get the value that was entered into the email field. So I'll show you how it's done. Before that, let's import some. Let's import authenticate. What's wrong with Django? It's meant to auto suggest this thing for me. I'm going to say from Django contrib.auth. I'm going to import authenticate, login, and logout. Understand? So that is it. And yeah, we're going to check out for a post request. I'm going to say if requests that method is equal to post. Okay, so once we've done this now, next we're going to get the username, the value for the email field. That's going to be request.post square brackets. I told you that we get the value of the field through this name attribute. So the value of the name attribute is called email, right? So come down here, I will say email. The same thing for the password. I'm going to say request.post. I will say password. That's the value of the name attributes. You get. So once we've done that already, next thing now is to authenticate. So I'm going to say user should be equal to authenticate. Also only Django is making me type everything. Authenticate, and then we'll say request. Then we'll say email should be equal to email, and then password should be equal to password, and then we're going to say if user is not none, I'm going to simply log in this user, login request, and then user. And when we've done that, we're going to simply redirect to the index page. Return redirect index. So once we've done this already, think what if they can. So this if statement is when the credentials are valid. What if the credentials are invalid? So we're going to work on that. We're going to say helps. So we're going to say messages dot warning, and we'll put in request I will say invalid credentials. And we're going to redirect back to the same page we're currently on. So that is sign in. I'm going to say return redirect to sign in. Okay, I think that's fine. So we're going to test what we've done so far. And yeah, so let's see. To the browser. So before we test anything, go down to your base template now. So the base template, what I want to do now is I'm going to simply uncomment this thing I commented before. So we're checking if the user is logged in. That what this if statement is doing. Remember, the base templates consist of the header and the footer. So right here we are checking if the user is logged in. We're going to simply output the username. We're going to say hi. I'm going to say request.user.username. That's a logged in user. Request.user.username. And yes, that's it. Okay. Else, if the user is not logged in, we're going to simply have the sign up button and the login button. You understand? So okay, how this works now, let's refresh the page. Says line 44. So line 44 of our what file is that? Let's see, line 44 I think is of the base templates. Let's see. Okay, I need to, yeah, this is the problem. Hope this works. Okay, now remember we logged in Jane the other time. Let's see if try Jane. Remember we created an account with Jane. We're going to say jane@gmail.com. and I'm going to say put in a password. I hope it works. So Jane, let's log in. Wow, Jane is logged in and it says over here, hi Jane. So it's working. So now we don't have to log in, and we don't have the login and the sign up button again. So once you are logged in, you don't have to have the login and the sign up button. What we have is Josh. What we have now is Jane. Hi Jane, that's fine. So Jane can log out. So let me work on the logout function right away. It's very, very simple to do. Okay, so now let's work on the sign out. And then what I'm going to do now is going to be requests. I'm going to just say logout requests. That's it. And then we're going to simply have the views over here, the URL rather. I'll say paths, and then we'll say sign out. And here we just say views dot sign out. And simply just say name should be equal to sign out. Yep, so that's it. Now go down to the base.html, and where we have our sign out, I think it's up here. Putting that URL. Okay, what am I doing? We'll say URL. I will say sign out. Go down to the views, and since I forgot something, and then we're going to simply return redirect to the index page once the user signs out. Okay, return redirect index, fresh. Currently we have Jane logged in, so I'm going to log her out. Jane is logged. Jane has been logged out already. So that's it now. So the next section, we're going to work on updating the user's information. Okay guys, so we are done with creating of users, and these users can now log in and they can also log out. But right now I want to work on the user profile instead. So I'm going to show you something. So right here, I already have our views set up for the user profile. Just a simple view. Remember, everything about the user is handled in the core app. You understand? So we have a simple view for the. We have a simple view. This is the profile view. It's just rendering out a template with some dummy data. How it is doing. You understand? So this view is simply rendering out this profile template with some dummy data in it, instance, and this is the URL. So I'm going to go down to the page right now. So you just down here, go down to /user/profile. So this is going to be our user's profile page. All what you see are all dummy data, instance. So right now, what's going to happen? So we are going to simply add more fields to the user model. We are going to add the image field, the phone number field, the address field, and some other fields to the user model. Then we can then update then we can now work on updating this user profile. Hope you understand. So now let's do that right away. Okay, right now I'm going to go down to the user model in the core app. So right here, I'm going to add some field now, like the image. Let's just call it profile. Let's just call it profile underscore picture. That's going to be more descriptive. I'm going to say models.image field, and then I'm going to say upload underscore to. Actually, let me just say p underscore image. Understand? So we've done that. Now we're going to add the address of this user. So I'm going to say models.character field, and then I'll just say max length should be equal to let's just say 50 characters. And we're going to also add, what else should we have? Let's add phone number. That's going to be, let's just copy this, just put in 11 characters there. What else do we need to add to this field? Address. Okay, let's add the biography. Like every user should have a biography. Something about them. It's going to be a text field. Okay, that done. Once we've done that, what's next? I think I need to add. Okay, for these fields now, I must make sure I had blank equal true, blank null equal true, because it's needed. You need to add them. Because whenever we are creating a new user now, if you don't add blank equal true and null equal true, it's going to require a value for all these other fields. Remember, when creating a user, we only need to just pass in the username, the email, finish, and the password. So if you don't pass in the blank equal true to this field, it's going to ask for values for this other field. So we want to avoid that. So I'm going to say profile. This is called profile. So I'm going to copy this and add the other fields apart from the email. Hope I'm not forgetting anything. Okay, I think we have all. Let me add role. What do you do currently? So that's going to be our role. So just copy this and then paste just here. No, let's call this role. That's your current job title. Let me give this 50 characters. Okay, I think we are fine. So we're going to make migrations. I think this is not bad. So now make migrations, Ctrl C. There it migrates. Okay. Once we're done migrating now, let's work on updating the profile. Let's work on whenever a user signs up, let them be able to update their profiles. Let's work on that right now. So run server. Okay, so go down to your views.py file. I'm going to create a view now called update profile. We are coming back to this. We are coming back here. Let's update our profile first before we start passing now. Remember, we don't have any information to pass here, just the first name, just the username we have and email. So once update the user profile, remember once the user signs up, they'll be required to update their profile. Once they update their profile, we can and then have data that we are going to render on this page. So now that's what I'm going to say dev update underscore profile. Okay, I'm going to pass the request. Okay, that done. And here I'm going to pass our context. Let me just copy this to make things faster, and then I'm going to render the templates for the update profile. I'm going to say updates underscore profile.html. Okay, let's create the template. Let's create the template already. Let's do that. New file. I'm going to say updates underscore profile.html. So that's done. What's the next step? So I need to style up this template quickly. Let me just style it up. So I'm going to say extend. We're going to inherit from our base templates, base.html, and then we're going to do the block contents. Okay, and then we're going to have our form, and the method is going to be a post form. Okay, that's fine. CSRF token, remember, it's a post form, so we must have our CSRF token. So once we have this now, what's the next thing? Let's add our button. It's going to be a bootstrap button. I'm going to add a class. I'm going to give it a width of 100%, so it takes up the whole width of the form. So our form has a special style, so I'm going to copy the style and paste up here. So let me do that right now. I think the style is in the style should be fine in our sign up form. Okay, here's the style. Let me see my login form. Let's use the login form. Let's go with this. So our forms, I want to make sure our forms look the same. So just paste that inside of the block contents, just at the top. So it's there. So you have our form now, but it's not going to be looking that fine. So now let's just render. Let's see what it looks like before we go do the actual work. I'm going to say paths. Then we say update profile, and then we say views.update underscore profile. Oh, this is recording. Then okay, it says. So say views underscore update profile, and then the same name should be equal to updates then hyphen profile. Okay, we have that now. So let's see what the form looks like. Let's see what it looks like. It's the browser. So go down to slash update profile. Okay, we have an empty form. That's fine. We are making progress. So let me just add updates profile here. Okay, let me add here h4. Get your profile updated, and we say updated. So refresh. Okay, now so we need to put it, so right now we need to get the actual field, right? You understand? So Okay, so now to our forms.py, go down to your core apps. We are going to create the forms.py that's going to be responsible for rendering the fields for this page. You understand? Okay, now so right now go down to your core app in the forms.py. So we're going to create the form for updating the user information. So we're going to call this updates profile form. Let's just click update profile form, and it's going to simply inherit from the user creation form. Sorry, I said we are inheriting from the model form, rather going to be forms.model form. That was a slip of tongue. Model form, and then we're going to say class, so class meta, and the model is going to be the get user model, and then the fields want to simply work with, so the fields, so we're going to be working with the user model, with the user field, the user model field, rather, I understand. So first one is the first name, so we have the last name, we have the username, we have email, what else, we have the address, we have the bio, we have the phone. So these are a lot of fields. We also have, what else, I called it, what did I call it again? We have the role, we have the profile picture. Okay, let's add role and profile underscore pic. That's fine. So we need to style all these fields, understand? So it's going to be the same way as we did for this ones. So I'll just copy this guy to make things faster. Ctrl C, I'll paste here, and then we have our first name here. So I'm going to pause the video and update this stuff. It's the same. And once I'm done doing this, once I'm done designing the fields, I'm going to explain what I did again. We did the same thing up here from the previous sessions. Okay guys, right now I'm able to add styles to all the fields that we are going to render on the update form page. So added styles to it. It's just the same way I did for this ones on top. So once we've done this now, next thing to do now is to render, is to import this into our views. We'll say from .forms import update profile form. Update profile form. And over here, I'm gonna say form should be equal to updates profile form. We're going to pass this to the context. From the fields we have here, I'm thinking of listing everything out. Let's try that. It's not gonna look bad. Go down to your update profile template, and I'm gonna simply just use this. I'm gonna say that mb3. This is just a bootstrap class. Yeah, and I'm gonna put in the label. We need the label. I don't think we need the label. I'm gonna remove the label for now. Yeah, once we've done this now, the next thing that I'm going to look through is going to say for field inform. Okay, so that's that, and we are going to pass our field. So I'm going to check for errors in case there's an error. Come over here and say, okay, before we do that, let's just try and see what it looks like. Refresh. Okay, not bad. First name, last name. Oh, okay, so now something is wrong here. Let's see what the problem is. After row, that should be, what field is this? Let's find it. That should be the phone field. Text input, phone control. So one thing is missing. The row field is missing. So let's go and add that. This field is not there. So I'm going to just put, this is phone and not row. Okay, yeah, I'll just put in row. And then over here, row. I feel this is too long. It's just too long. So I'm going to simply, okay, let's try this now. I'll break it into two. So we're going to have, let's just say dot row, and then container. I'm going to say dot column -md -6 dot col. So come over here, -md6. Yep. So we're going to pass this field, cut and paste inside here. So right now we are trying to divide, we are trying to have two columns now. So what we are trying to do, and right now we're going to simply loop through. I'm going to say for field in form, okay, let's refresh the page. Okay, I'm gonna simply increase the width of the form. Okay, let's make it 600. I think it's better now, it's not too long again. Okay, so now we have our form being rendered. So now, right now, I'm going to simply go down to the views.py. Yeah, we're going to check. I'm going to say, before we proceed, so now what's going to happen is this. Now we're going to simply get the logged in user. I'm going to say user. Okay, we're going to say if request that user that is authenticated so you have to be logged in first. And right now, let's go to this now. I'm going to import a decorator called login required. I'm going to say from Django.contrib dot, let me just try this, import login. Okay, yeah, so we have this now. So I'm going to add this decorator to this field, to this function, to this view. So now if you're not logged in, you can't access this view. So it's for the logged in users, for them to update their profile. Instead, login required, and then I'm going to say login URL should be equal to. So now if you're not logged in and you try to access this view, you'll be redirected to the login URL, and that should be, let me check what it is. sign in. This was it's called. So the same thing applies for the profile. I'm going back to it. So now I'm going to check now. So say, let me say if requests dot method. I think we are listening for a post request now. If request dot method is equal to post, so I'm going to say form should be equal to update profile form, and here we are going to have requests. Before we do that, I remember something. Remember, we are trying to update a particular user, so we need to get the user that is currently logged in. So I'm going to come here and say user should be equal to request.user, and we are going to pass that user as an instance to this form. As an instance to the form, it's going to be equal to. So remember, we need to get the user that we want to update the profile. We need to get that user. So that's what we are trying to do. And we're going to pass the same user as an instance to this form, or as to the post form now. Then we are going to have requests.posts, and then requests.files. Request.files is for the image field we have on the. Remember, we are also trying to submit an image field. That's why we have the request.files here. Okay, so we're making progress. So now, right now, this instance needs to come last. If not, it's going to throw an error. Instance should be equal to user. And right now, I'm going to check if the form is valid. If form that is underscore valid. I'm going to say form.save. We are going to simply return render. I'm going to return a message that says, I'm going to say messages.success. I'll say requests. I'll say profile updated successfully. And then we return to the profile page. Return redirect. So sync, we are not done yet. So one last thing, we go down to our templates. So we're going to add here end type should be equal to multiform multipath / form data. Okay, so right now this end type is for the, remember we have an image field in the form we're trying to submit also. So this end type is responsible for the images, understand? So that's why we have it there. So once we've done this now, so we're going to check out for if there is an error in any of the fields. I'm going to see if field.errors. So there's an error in the field. We just copy this, Ctrl X, paste here, and I'm going to add the error message under the field. I'll say field.errors else. You just come here and paste the normal field itself. So the browser, refresh. Okay, you see if it's what happened here now. If you're not logged in, you can't access that page, right? So I'm going to log in now as, let me log in now as Jane. That's my password. Login. So now that you're logged in, if you go back to the update profile page, so now you can see, because of what we did here, in the views.py, by passing this instance, you can see the form is having some data like the username and the email. So I'm going to come over here and pre-fill the form. I'm going to say my name is Jane. I'm going to have Jane. I'm going to say Jane Daniels. So I'm going to give an address to Walker Street. Let's say to Cole Street rather. Lagos. So bio, I'm gonna say I'm a data scientist. Working at Microsoft. Enter the phone. As a role, you're going to say she's a senior analyst. The profile picture for her. Come up. I just get this open analyst update profile because it says profile updated successfully. Right now we still have dummy data on the profile page. That's fine. So I'm going to go to the profile page now. So right now to the profile page now, to profile itself. So now I'm going to simply come over here. For I'm going to just get the, let's just put in the, get the logged in user. We pass user to the context, and then go down to the profile templates. Go down to the right. So now we're going to pass in the necessary data. So as for this image, what we are going to do now is this now. So we're going to use an if statement. We're going to say if profile pic. So if the logged in user, sorry, is user not profile rather. If user dot profile pic, so we're going to put, let's copy this, Ctrl C. Right here, we're going to put in an actual, the user's profile picture. I'm going to say user dot profile pic dot URL else. Sorry, yes. So right now this is if the user has a profile picture. But if the user does not have a profile picture, we're going to just put in the normal dummy picture we had before, which is what we have here. Now paste that here. Okay, for here we're going to pass in the user first name and last name. We're going to say user dot first name and user dot last name. And this is the user's role. I'm going to say user dot role. And this is the user's address. And down here, this is the user. We already have the full name there. I'm not adding that. So I'm going to add the biography here. User.bio. I can't remember adding a biography when. Okay, let's add the user's username. Let's add the user's email here. Am I making a mistake? I just noticed something. Ouch, I noticed. Okay, let me just Ctrl Z. I think I noticed. Okay, let's call this bio. And then we're going to pass in the user bio here. Sorry, from what we have here, this is the label, this is the actual value. So what I'm trying to adjust here. bio. Everything is going well. Here should be the email. Let me just copy this. User.email, user.phone, let's call this the username. So say user.username, and lastly the address, user.address. Let's see what it looks like. So currently Jane is logged in, so right now I want to see Jane's information because we've already passed in some information. So refresh. Okay, not bad. User.username. What is happening? Okay, there's a mistake there. Okay. Let's what was it called again? The picture isn't displaying. So either the profile pic.url, or it's not displaying. Let's check if I didn't make any mistake. Okay, so previously the picture wasn't showing, the profile picture wasn't showing before. That was because in my forms.py I used a character field instead of an image field. That's why it was not showing. So I had to change that, and the picture came up. So that's it now. So we're able to update our profile, and after updating the profile, we're able to redirect the profile page, and we can see our information is all here. So that's fine. So what's the next thing? Next thing now is to start creating articles from the front end. Understand? So working on that next. Okay guys, right now let's start implementing the creation of content from the front end. So let's do that right away. So you're gonna go down to your code now. So you go down to the blog app. So we are going to go down to the blog app. So in the blog app, we're going to create a file called. Okay, before we create the file, let's create the views. Let me close some of this stuff here. So I'm going to say create article. So now the request, and then we're going to return the context. Copy this and paste here. So I'm going to make the content empty. And right here, I'm going to create the template called create.html. And then I think this is looking small. So go down to your template in the blog app and create a new file called create.html. Okay. So for the templates, let's now extend base.html, and then next we block the contents, block content. Once we've done this, okay, we're going to create our form. Remember the normal way now, the form method to be post. And then we're going to have an h4 here. I'm going to say create your content. Create your content on our button for now before we generate the fields. So I'm going to say class should be equal to btn primary, and the style should be equal to width, which is 100%. And yeah, I'm gonna say create contents, create article rather. Okay, so now remember we're gonna copy the styles from our forms, from the form in the core app. We have the define style there. We just copy this. Ctrl C, take it down to your create.html. Yep, so we have that. So let's create a view. Let's create a URL for this view. Before we do that, we want to protect this view. We want to have this view protected. If you're not logged in, you can't access it. So you can only create content when you are logged in. So we're going to say, let's say import login required. Yeah, and down here we're going to say at login underscore required. I'm going to pass in the login URL. Then we're going to say sign in. Yep. So if you're not logged in, you can't access it. You get it? So we have that here. So let's create the URL for it. Remember we are in the blog app. So we just say create article. We just say create slash article, and we'll say views dot create underscore article, and then we'll say the name should be equal to create hyphen article. So we have that. Okay, let's see, go down to the browser and then to slash create slash article. Okay, this is so what go on. So now what is this? Let's see what the problem with the button. What's wrong with the button? Okay, I spelled primary wrongly. I spelled primary wrongly. So let's go generate the form, the fields for the create article. So I'm going to create a file called forms.py inside of our blog app. Let's create that file. So I'm going to import, so say from Django. Say import forms. Then we're going to also import, let's say from Django dot contrib dot, what am I importing? Let's import the, let's say from dot models import blog. Okay, now I'm going to say class, I'm going to say create blog form or create article. Let's call it blog or article is the same thing. Instead, create blog form, and then we're going to simply inherit from forms.model form. And then we're going to simply pass in the class meta. Model should be equal to blog, and the fields should be equal to, so we're going to have the title, description, is it body or description? I think it's body I called it, let's be sure. title, body, thumbnail. That's what we need. Title, body, thumbnail. And then the category. So we picked just 4 fields from the blog model: title, the body, the thumbnail, and category, because we need to provide value for these 4 fields. As for the created and updated, Django handles those ones automatically. As for the featured, that's a boolean field and the value is false except you turn it to true. And remember that only one article can have feature turned as true. And for the blog, we are going to simply create a value for the blog from our views.py. We're going to create a value for the blog. So we're not doing that in the form. So now we have those fields now. So we're going to style the fields. Remember the normal way. I'm going to say title. Let me just type this quickly. That should be equal to forms. That's character field. And I'll say widget should be equal to forms.text input. And I'm putting the attributes. And I'll say class should be form control. And then the placeholder should be, let's just say, enter title. Let's close this guy. Okay, do the same thing for the body. Let's copy it to make things easier. I'm going to say form.character field, then forms.text area. Okay, enter body. For the thumbnail is going to be form.image field. I'm going to have here as file inputs. I will say add image. And the last one is category. I'm going to say form.character field, and you're going to be form.select inputs. And here will be form select. Yeah, so we have those already. Okay, so now go down to your, I'm going to import this into our views. Okay, on the top, from .forms, you have to import create blog form, and down here I'm going to set form equal to create blog form. I'm going to pass form into the context. And down to our template create.html, let's open that to the right. You'll see for field and form. on the bootstrap. And yeah, we're gonna say I'm gonna add label here. Let's try adding label. I'll say here form.label, field.label rather. And then the actual field. Let's see what it looks like to the browser. Hope it comes out well. Select input. Okay, I think I made a mistake. There is something like select input there. I'm gonna say forms dot. So let's try text input and see if it works. Okay, it actually worked. It's not dropping down the, what's happening? Sorry, it's meant to drop down. Okay guys, so this is how we style a foreign key field. You should remember closely, the blog is linked to the category field through a foreign key. Understand? So you see, so this is how it's styled here. So we're going to use a model choice field, then we are going to query out all the category objects, and then we pass in the styles and then the placeholders you get. So now it's working. Okay, now so currently this is handling of the get request. So now let's go and handle the post request. Go down to the view.py. So I'm going to come here and say if request.method is equal to post. So I'm going to say form should be equal to create blog form. We're going to have the request.posts and request.files because we are also trying to save an image, and we are going to check if the form is valid. We're going to save form.save. Before we save this, we need to do something. So I'm going to say we are not going to save directly because we want to get this log. We want to get this log, and we are going to get this. I'm going to get this log from the title. You understand? So we're going to. So before saving, we are going to pause the saving by saying commit should be equal to false, and then we are going to say blog should be equal to, and we're going to then say blog.slug should be equal to slugify. I'll say blog.title, and I'll say blog.save. Instead, I also say blog.save. Now we're going to simply return redirect to the index page. So let's return to the profile page. To the profile page instead. So this is fine. Okay, so we are going to import slugify on top here. Yeah, so one thing now, so let's use request.posts, and square bracket title to get the title that was passed into the form. Understand? So how we just did, we got the value from this field. So we are going to slugify it to get the slug. You understand? So I think this is more guaranteed to work. So now once we are done with everything, we're going to redirect to the profile page. Before we direct we want to also return a message that says the success that says, I'm going to say article created successfully, article created successfully. Okay, so that's done. Once you've done this now, so in the profile page you're meant to have the user's blog listed out. So now if you redirect to that profile page now, we won't find any blog there because you've not listed out the blogs. You understand? So I think we need to list out the blog first. Let's go and list it out. Go down to the profile. See, the profile is in the other app called core. So I'm going to go down to the views.py there. Yes, and in the profile I'm going to list out all the blogs. Oh, I forgot. So go down to your blog app, go down to the models. We haven't yet added the user field to the blog, so let's add the user field. So add the user field here. You say models.foreign key. Let's say that a user can have several blogs. Foreign key, we're going to say settings. I hope I have it imported here. Okay, let's say from Django.conf import settings. Yeah, we're going to come over here and say settings. So right now we are trying to link that to the user model. Go to settings.port user model. And I'm going to say on delete should be cascade. So right now if you delete the user, all the blogs for that user is also going to be deleted. You understand? So I'm going to say on delete should be equal to models.cascade. I'm going to pass in the blank true. Oh, this is getting too long. I'm going to pass in blank equal true and null equal true. You understand? So, and lastly the related name, let's pass that related name. I'm going to say should be equal to blogs. Okay, let's make migrations. And then let's migrate. And run server. So now over here, go down to your blog app in the views. So we need to also pass a value for the user. So come over here and say blog.user also should be equal to requests.user. That's a logged in user. So I think that's all we need for now. I'm going down to your browser and let's try creating a blog. So I'm going to just come over here. I'm going to look for lorem ipsum for our random text. So okay, just copy a little. Now just say JavaScript array methods. Okay, let's keep this. Oh, I forgot. Let's pass for the image. We need to pass the end type. I'm gonna say multi-path / form data. Refresh. Let's give it a feel. Let's give it an image thumbnail. So paste here. That's the body. So I'm gonna say JavaScript array methods. And then for the category, that should be JavaScript, and then create article. Ouch, I forgot to add my CSRF token. What was wrong? I'm gonna create those things again. Yeah, come back. JavaScript array methods. Oh, this has not been created. Let's be sure. Go down to your. Okay, not yet. Give it a thumbnail. And this should be JavaScript, and then create. It says got. Oh, it should be commit. That's a double M. Why these mistakes? This should be a double M. Commit equal false. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say JavaScript array methods, thumbnail, hey, we're making mistakes here and there. This is messages. What did it say? Saying to import messages here. Sorry for all the thought I have all these things imported. So I'm going to say from Django.contrib import messages. Do well to subscribe. Do well to subscribe. Thank you. JavaScript array methods. Hope it works this time. Redirects is not defined. Wow. It's gonna work now, I'm sure. Okay, it worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. Okay, you go down to the details to the home page. You will see the article. So we also even have it. We have two of it. That's a problem. We're meant to have only. We're meant to have. You can see we are not meant to have an article of the same title, right? So I'm going to delete one of it right now. Go down to the admin. And then I'm going to delete one of it and make sure our article, make sure the title is unique. Logs, delete one of it. Okay, go down to the models now and make sure your title is unique so that you cannot have duplicates. You're not meant to have duplicate titles. Unique equal true. Then we'll make migrations. And then we migrate. let's run server. Okay, everything works fine. So right now I want to render out a user's written blog in the user's profile. Understand? So I want to do that right away. So now go down to the browser, go down to your code, the views.py. So we're going to list out the blogs written by particular user. So that should be in the profile view, and that is in the core app. Yes, so yeah. So we're going to come over here and say blog should be equal to the blog dot object dot filter user equal to the current logged in user. We're going to pass that to the context. Okay, we have that there. So now go down to the profile.html, which we have here, and we already have it styled out. So we already have this is the blog session for the user. So over here we're going to run a for loop. I'm trying to get where the loop ended. So we're going to loop through this. Hope that's correct. Let me just save it, Ctrl X. I don't like this. So this should be it. I need to be sure. It should be it here. Yeah, so now we're gonna say for blog in blogs, I'm gonna cut it and then paste inside. We're going to pass in the actual information. We're going to pass in here blog, not posts, and there should be blog blog.created, blog.title, there should be blog, okay. For the detail page, this should be detail. Then we are going to have the slug as blog dot slug. Now hope this works. Refresh the page. Blog is not defined. Is that true? In the profile, in the core views, so I'm going to say from blog app dot models, we're going to import blog. Okay, let's see if it works. No module name blog app, really? Okay, small b, not big. Okay, let's refresh. Oh, she didn't appear. Okay, currently Clinton does not have a blog, so let's Clinton create an article. Okay, let's create one. Let's Clinton create an article. Okay, you need to go add the create link to this create articles. Now let's go and add a link to the create page. Go down to your base templates. Here you have the create articles over here. Just copy this. I think it's called, I can't remember. Let's see. It's called create articles. Create article. As you see, I'll go down to the base template. I will paste it. Yeah. And there's the browser. Refresh. Click over here. Create. Okay, let's say Flutter for beginners. Let's copy something from here. I'll give it a thumbnail. I'll just say JavaScript and create article. You can see. Perfect. And so now Clinton has an article. Flutter for beginners, nice article. You understand? So that's perfect. You can read more. Cool. So yeah. So now, right now, we want to work on updating and deleting articles. You get? So now let's try that. Okay, guys. So right now, I want to work on updating articles, you understand? So we've been able to create the articles, but right now we want to work on updating the articles. You get? So we already have the update icon over here. So now let's work on the view. You get? So currently this is Clint logged in and he's here to update his profile. That's why you can see everything here is still saying none. So once you update his profile, I'm going to have the data up here. So now let's update the article. Go down to the, remember, for anything concerning the blog, everything is done in the blog app, you understand? So I'm going to go down to the views.py there. Alright, now I'm going to let's call this function, I'll say update underscore article. Then we're going to say request. Once we've done this now, we are going to return the same templates as the create article. It's going to be the same template. Ctrl C. So we are using the same template. Don't worry about. I'm sure now. Let's continue. So we're going to define our context. Context should be empty for now. So we are going to get. Remember, once of this article, right? Remember this user might have several articles. So how do we pick the article we want to update? So we are going to pick the article by its slug, in a sense. We're going to pass in the slug here. Okay, the slug. And now we're going to come over here and say blog should be equal to blogs.object.get. We're going to say slug should be, we're going to get the blog by its slug, and it's going to be equal to the slug that was passed up here. You get? So we have that already. So we've gotten that. So we're going to use the same creation form we used up here. We're going to use the same form. So we're going to pass this blog as an instance to this form. As an instance, we're going to say blog, and we're going to listen for a post request. I'm going to say if request dot method is equal to posts. Before I continue with the post now, so I want to do something. So I want to, remember we're using the same template as what's it called, as the create article template. We're using the same for the we're using the same template for the update article. So we need to do something to differentiate it. So I'm going to show you what I'm going to do now. So if we go down to the template now for creating an article, okay, if I say create articles here, you can see we have this create your content. So we want to change this to update your content. and update article. So how do we go about that with the same template? So I'm going to show you right now. So I'll come down to, so I'm just going to declare variable here. I'm going to just call this variable, I'm going to say update, and I'll set it to true. I'll pass that to the context. Over here I'll say update. Yeah, so we have this already. So once we have this now, I will simply go down to, the create article template, which is over here. Let me open this to the left, let me switch this to the right. So this is my create article template now. So this is where we have the, where is that? So we have the create article here, right? This is the button. So right here I'll just simply do this now. Say if updates, so this is only available in the updates, view, right? In the update article view. So if it is if there is update, so now we're going to just copy this now, Control X, paste here. If it is update, we're going to simply have the button to be update article. Else, if there is no update, there is no update on the create article view. So you're going to just simply just say else, and then we'll return the normal button that has been there. We'll do the same thing for the top here. So say if update, so just cut this, sorry, didn't cut everything, cut this now and just paste here, and we'll change this to update your content, and then we'll do else, and then we paste the normal stuff there, normal h4 that was there. So that's how we do. So we are still using the same template. So set for field and form. So right here I didn't check out for errors, so I'm going to do that now. So I come over here and I'll say if field dot errors, just copy this, so just put in the small, we are going to pass the error message, field dot errors, and then we'll do the else block. So if there is no error message, if everything goes well, we return the normal field as it is. So now we have the update article. So now we have our template ready now. So we're going to have the same structure, the same template stuff there. It's the same thing, just that right in the update we are passing the instance. That's the difference there. That's the only difference there. You understand? The instance, this is the same thing as the create article, the update function. So we're going to just continue now and say if request method is called to post, we're going to say form dot save. We're not going to save it straight up. We're going to say commit should be equal to false, and then we're going to put that, send out to a variable. Remember, the user is likely to update the title, and if the title is updated, we also need to update the slug. So that's why we are doing this here. And then we are going to say blog.slug should be equal to slugify. And we'll say requests dot post, that's the value in the title field, and then we're going to say blog dot save. Once we've done that, now we're going to return a message and say, going to say messages dot success, then say requests, we say article updated successfully. So that's it, and we're going to return it direct to the profile page. So yeah, I think that's fine. So let's create a URL for this view. Okay, come over here and say parts, and over here we're going to say updates/article slash, we're going to pass in the slug, and then we're going to say views dot update underscore article. I'm going to say name should be equal to updates article. So we have that already. Update article, that's fine. So we've done all this now. What's the next? So we've done this now. So we need to pass in the URL in the right places. So I'm going to go down to the profile.html. Is that okay? It's in the it's in the core app. Make sure you guys subscribe to the video, support my artwork. Thank you. Subscribe, like, share. Okay, so here's where we have the updates pen. So over here, this is the pen. So passing the URL there, we'll say URL, we're going to say updates article, and then we're going to pass in the blog.slug, understand? Okay, let's see if that works. So go back to the profile page again. So now Clinton has an article, so let's see, edit this. Oh, say blogs is not defined, so it's called blog, not blogs. That should be, it's blog and not blogs. Okay, to the browser. Ouch, what is happening here? I didn't pass the form to the, so I didn't pass the form to the context. That's the problem. And again, you need to listen for, as I said before, oh, chief request automator is equal to posts. Look at my mistake. I should have the form here containing the data. So I'm going to say requests. It's just the same thing that what we have here. I told you that they are the same stuff we are doing. Over here, just passing the instance, because we are trying to update. So we must pass in the instance. So once you are trying to update, okay, refresh the page. Okay, now you can see now on the updates, the same template, right? You can see showing us something. You can see it's giving us a more customized form. So I'll just change this to, let me just say React Native for beginners. Let's add a profile picture. Okay, let's choose this and update. It says article updated successfully. That's it. And let's scroll down. You can see it's now called React Native for beginners, and they also changed the thumbnail. So let's start. Let's create a new. Let's create a new article. So I want to try something. I'm gonna use the same title as we used before and see if it's gonna throw an error. So let me just copy this as a body and add a new thumbnail. It's meant to tell me this title has been used. That's what I'm expecting. I hope it does that. So create article, perfect, nice. That's what I wanted. Okay, now we just do what will I call this now? Let me just say Kotlin for beginners, and then let's add the thumbnail again. It always disappears whenever the page reloads. It disappears. So create article. So now this user has 2 articles already. You can see React Native for beginners, Kotlin for beginners. That's beautiful. Okay, so the next thing let's work on is deleting articles. So now let's work on that right now. Okay guys, so right now we've worked on updating the article. I think this should be updated, not sub-created. So let me just change that quickly. So I want to work on deleting the article right away. Okay, sorry, that's a different stuff. Okay, it's updated here, so it's correct. Okay, now let's work on deleting the article. So we're gonna have the same, almost the same structure. We're gonna say delete article, delete underscore article. We're gonna pass the request and the slug also. Remember, we are trying to delete a particular article out of a group of articles. You understand? So you need to pick up this article by its slug, you get, or by its ID. But here we are using slug, so you understand? So I'm gonna just copy this as well. We're gonna use the same stuff there. So I'll paste it now. I'll return. So you're going to be working on the profile template. I'm not creating new templates here, so I'll show what you are doing. Profile, yeah, I'm going to just declare, let me declare my context. I'm going to pass in the blog into the context. And then we're going to also do, so I'm going to declare a variable called delete. Let me just say del. I'm going to call it set to true. So remember, we are trying to work on the same template that already exists. We need to make some, we need to add something that's going to differentiate it from others, that's going to like make it different whenever it comes to deleting an article. So we're going to come over here and just put that there. Oh yeah, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Just what we did up here. Isn't the same template for the create? Isn't the same template for updating article and creating article? But I just had to add this update equal true, so we can be able to tweak some things on the main, on the create template. That's why I'm doing the same thing here. So I want to be able to tweak some things on the profile template instead. So I'm going to pass the true here. I'm going to say that, guys. I don't know why it's showing me this. Okay, I think that's a keyword. Sorry, let me just say delete underscore article. So I'm going to say delete, that's a keyword in Python, that's why it's showing that, underscore article. Yes. Okay, so let's create a URL quickly. I'll just copy this, almost the same thing. So just here you put on delete. The views should be delete, and then the should be delete. Okay, we're not done. So lastly, we are going to go down to our profile templates. So I need to just on top of the templates, on top. Yeah, let me just think here. Okay, just on top, I'm going to just say if del. So right now what I'm going to do next is, so I'm going to say if del, I mean if delete is true, so we're going to have this extra code on top. So this code is just like asking to know, do you want to delete this article? Do you want to understand? So we're going to pass the article name here. It's going to be called blog.title. So it's going to ask if do you want to delete this article, and there's going to be a form just by the side, understand? And this one is going to have the cancel button and the delete button. So once you pick, remember it's a form, this is the button. So once you click on the button, it's going to delete that. But we've not worked on that yet, you understand? So now let's go down to see what it's going to look like. Let's see what it's going to look like. But remember, let's go down to your article, to your delete icon, and add the URL. I'll just copy this, paste here, and we have delete article. Yeah, blog.slug. Okay, let's open it. Then now let's go down to the page, refresh this profile. So now click on the delete icon. So profile does not exist. Profile.html does not exist. Are you for real? Oh, that's true. So now we have this error. It says that we don't have. It says that this template does not exist. That's true. This template is found in the core app. Right now we are adding the blog app here. So that's a mistake. So now to the browser. Where is it again? To the views now. We're going to change this to core and not blog app. So the browser, let's hope it works now. Refresh the page. Okay, you can see it's working. You can see now, so I was talking about now. This is the same profile page, but because of that delete we added there, so we're able to like tweak the profile page to have some features only when we have the delete button clicked on. Understand? So that's what's happening here. Okay, now so we have this now, but we can notice now we don't have our blogs again. They have disappeared. That's because you need to come over here to come to this view, and we're going to simply return all the blogs by the logged in user. Instead, I'm going to say blogs should be equal to blog.objects.filter. We're going to say user should be equal to request.user, that's logged in user. So remember, we need to pass in the security stuff here to all these functions, because before you can access them you must be logged in. So yeah, so go down. So once you've added these blocks now, add it back to your context, and then we have it. Okay, to the browser, refresh the page, and the blocks will appear again. So we have them here. So now it's asking, do you want to delete this article called React Native for Beginners? It's asking that. So now let's work on the delete. Let's work on the delete function. So this is a form here. This is a form. This form. Let me show you. Go down to the profile.html. This is the form here that contains that two button. So now we need to work on the post requests before the article can be deleted. You understand? So go down to your views now, and just here I'm gonna say if requests dot method is equal to posts. What we're gonna do, I'm gonna say blog dot delete. We're gonna return a message. I'm gonna say article deleted successfully. I'm gonna redirect back to the profile page. So that's it. Okay, to the browser. So now refresh this page. So now come back. So once you cancel, you're not deleting. So let's add the URL to redirect back to the profile page on this cancel button. So come on top here. Just put in the URL. Okay, I'm gonna say profile, and here's our delete button. That's going to delete the article. Once you click on it, this is a link. Why this is a button? Just check what the browser, refresh, cancel. Okay, come back again, delete. So once you click on the delete button, it deletes it. You can see article deleted successfully, and the article is gone. So that's it now. So we're able to cover for the delete. So now we're able to create our articles, update and delete. So the next thing we want to do now is Okay guys, right now I want to work on adding comments to our forms. Understand? So right there we have a comment form, but this is a dummy form, so it is not linked to the backend. So we have to make sure it is linked to the backend. Understand? So how do you go about it? So we're going to go down to our models, and then we'll create, so in the blog app models, so now we're going to create a new model called comments. Yeah, so now just down here we'll say class comments. That's going to be united from models dot model, and now our comments. So what are the properties of a comment? A comment should have the user that made the comment, the body of the comment, you understand, and the blog the comment is connected to. You understand? A blog is meant to have several comments, so we are going to use a foreign key to connect the blog and comments model. So now start with the blog. I'm going to say blog should be equal to models.foreign key. We are going to say blog. So now we are going to add the on delete. So whenever I delete a particular blog post, we are meant to delete the comments for that blog. Understand? I'm going to say related name should be equal to blogs. Okay, and now we're going to have the body of the comment. It's going to say body should be equal to models the text field. And then what else are we needing to add? The user that made the comments. I'm going to link down to the user, so user can have several comments. Understand? It's also going to be a models.foreign key. I'm going to be pointing out the settings to the user model, settings.auth underscore user underscore model, and we're going to have on delete should be equal to models.cascade and related name should be equal to blogs. So if you don't understand what this related name is, just go read about it. It's not difficult. Understand? So I think we are good. I can see I'm already seeing some error messages, some signs that there is an error. Okay, let's see. So it should be called comments, not blogs. It should be called comments. That was why the error popped up. So it should be called comments because this is the parent. So what this related name does now is that it's simply a way of accessing this particular comments from the blog model. That's what this related name does. So now it's going to be blog.comments.all. So that's how you're going to get all the comments for a particular blog. So this related name is always meant to be pointing out to the name of the model. Understand? Remember, this is the parent, which is the blog. This is also a parent, which is the user model. So they are accessing their child. Remember, so now for them to access their child, which is the comments, they are going to say, for example, user.comments.all. So this related name is meant to point down to the name of the model. So we are going to call this comments. Yes, and then we are going to return the comments body as a string function. And we're going to return self.body. So right now let's go register these comments in the admin. So I'm going to add all the comments. Just copy this and register it to the admin. Then once we've done that, now let's migrate. Make migrations. Come up, run. Migrate. Now run server. Yep. So So now what I'm going to do now is I want to render the comments on the page, right? So now we are going to create a form. I'm going to create a comment form. So let's import comments. Just here, class comment form forms.model form. So the comments, what are the fields? I'm going to say class method, and the fields want to render out, so simply just the blog, sorry, just the body field wants to render out. As for the blog and the user, we're going to add this field in the visual part. So we want to just get the body field, just body, and to style it is not difficult. So I'm going to say body should be equal to forms as character field, forms a character field, and then we're going to pass in the widgets. So widgets should be equal to forms of text area, and then that's going to point down to adding of the attributes. That's going to be equal to the class name, the class. I'm going to say form control, that comes from Bootstrap, form control. And then what else should we add again? The placeholder. I'm just going to say add your comments, say something here, say something about the blog, say something about the article, say something about the article. We want to get your feedback. Okay, so now we've done this now, so we're going to go down to our detail view. Oh, say form is not defined. Okay, it's forms rather. So go down to your detail view. So yeah, you see we're going to render the form. This way we're going to be using the comment form. Remember, the comment form is on the detail view. So now up here, let's import the comment form. Yeah, we're going to come over here and say form should be equal to comment form. So first of all, let's put it into the context and then render it before we then undo the posting. So right now go down to your detail view. Okay, where are you? Yeah, these are our comments form. These are our comments here. Just here, I'm looking for the, okay, there is it. I'm looking for the text. Okay, I've seen it. This is the field here. So right now we're just going to pass in, this is the form here. Yeah, so this is meant to be a post form. So we're going to say method should be equal to post and the CSRF token because it's a post request, and then we're going to pass our form here. So we're going to pass the form. So now we're going to pass the form we have in our views there. So we have the form there. Okay, so once we have the form there, what's the next thing? So I think we need to undo the form submission. So let's refresh the page and see what we have. Refresh the page. Model form has no model class modified. Okay, go down to the views, to the forms.py. Models as model. Sorry, let's go down to the forms.py rather. forms.model form. Oh, class method, and the model should be equal to comments. So refresh. Okay, nice. We have it here. Okay, go back to the detail view. I will simply just say form.body instead of saying the whole form.body. I don't want to have this label there. So it's better now. I need to also add our submit button. I forgot button, and then add the class should be equal to btn primary. Come over and say submit. Let's see, drop your comments, and then I'm going to give it a style of width 100. Okay, fresh. This form is not giving. It's not giving what I want. So the form is too big. Go down to your forms.py. I'm going to add some rows. I'm going to reduce the row of the form. Let's just say rows. Let's say rows should be 3. Form is too big. And once we've done that, now go down to your detail page, and we're going to add a space between the field and the button using BR. Hope this improves the form. Better. So now the form is looking better now. So I reduce the row. So okay, so once we've done this now, so now let's undo the submitting of the form. So say if request, this is recording, not talking to myself. Okay, if request dot method is equal to post. Okay, because if it is a post request, sorry, I want to do something extra to the forms.py, to the detail page. You're only meant to see this form if you are this submit form if you are logged in. So I'm going to just come over and say if you can only drop a comment only when you are logged in. I'm going to say if request its method equal to post. So it's a post request. Sorry, that's not yeah, correct. If request its method, sorry, that's not what I meant to say. If request user is authenticated instead. If request user is authenticated, so if you are logged in, you're going to see the form. If you're not logged in, you're going to see something that's going to say login to drop a comment. Login to drop a comment, period. Understand? So let's see, refresh the page, login to drop a comment. I think that's too small, but these are these are other people's comments. These are other people's comments. You see this, right? But you won't be able to see, you won't be able to add your own comments if you are not logged in. So I'm going to make this big. Let's use an H4. You can see other person's comment, but you can't add your own if you are not logged in. So let me just add some space. Let me say BR and BR. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so now let's undo the submission of the form. So if it is a post request, and if the user is logged, if it's a post request, yes, and if request.method, if request.user is authenticated, if the user is logged in. So now I'm going to get the user, that should be equal to request. Sorry if you don't need that one. So now I'm going to say the form now should be equal to comment form. We're going to pass in the request.posts. And we're going to say if the form is valid. I'm going to then say form.save. Form.save. Before saving the form, we need to provide some values for the user and the blog. So I'm going to say comment should be equal to form.save. We're going to pass commit equal to false. So there's something here. So I'm going to say if form.is valid, and we're going to say comment.blog should be equal to the blog we have up here. So I will say comment.user should be equal to the logged in user, request.user. We're then going to save comment should be equal to comment, and we're going to say comment.save, and we're going to simply return redirect to the same page where we are on. Return redirect, and that's going to be detail, and we're going to pass the slug is going to be equal to blog.slug. Okay, hope this works. So I tell you that if you're not logged in, you can't drop a comment. So now let's log in. So someone is logged in. What's happening? Clint is logged in. Wow, I'm surprised. Let's see what I've done in the detail page. So if request, oh sorry, it's requests, not requested. If request.user is authenticated, so someone is logged in. So I meant to see, yeah. So now, before we drop our comments, I need to list out the comments for a particular. So I need to list out the comments on these particular blog posts. Understand? So I'll come over here and say comment should be equal to comment.object.filter blog equal to the current blog we are on, and then I'm going to pass that to the context. Yeah, and then once we've done that, now come back to the detail page, and this is going to be our list of comments, this part. So I'll come down there and say for comments in comments, I'll just simply copy this, cut and paste it in there, and here I'm going to paste the user's profile picture, comment.user.profile pic, understand? So that's going to be there, comment.user.profile_pic.url, and this is going to be the commenter's name, going to be comment.user.username, comment.user.username, and this is going to be the actual comment itself. So I'm going to say comments.body. Yep. So now that's it. So to the browser, refresh this. Comment is not defined. Where is that? Line 18. Fuse.py. You need to import comments on top. refresh. Yep, so now I'm going to drop something now. Someone is Clint is logged in. I'm going to say this article is helpful. This article was helpful. Thank you. It was helpful. And then say thank you. Also, like to click on drop your comments. Ouch. Detail for detail. Okay, I think I used the wrong for in the views here. We did the redirect. I think this is not the right. I think it's not called detail. I don't know why I keep calling it. It's called detail. I was correct. So then after detail, we then do blog.slug. What then am I making it? Where then is the mistake coming from? If I ask for detail with keyword not found. Oh, sorry, it should not be a string. Sorry, it's not a string. It's blog.slug, it's not a string. So the comment was added. It was added. You see it. Oh, the profile pic has no file associated with it. Okay, that's the that the user does not have a profile picture. So we are going to fix that. If the user does not have a profile picture, it's fine. Where is the detail page? This is where the problem is coming from. If there is no profile picture, I might just have to give me a minute. I'm going to copy this, Ctrl C, and now I'm going to go back to where we were before. Yeah. So I'll paste this on top here. I'm going to replace it back. So what I'm going to do now is if I'm going to say if comment.user.profile underscore pic. So if that exists, we're going to have this. Yeah. Else we're going to have this here. So if there's no profile picture, we're going to use the default profile picture that was there. Understand? So that was one. And what was the next part? So I'm going to just copy this other part here. Ctrl C, and I paste it here. Ctrl V, and then I can remove what we have here. So the browser, refresh. Okay, now it says, now you can see the comment was added. They say this article was helpful. Clinton does not have a profile picture. That's why you can see it's using the default profile picture. So I'm gonna say, please, I'm going to add a new comment now. I'm going to say, please write more articles. Please write more articles instead. So I will then drop the comments. You can see that was added already. It happens. You can do that for every article on the page. You can come here and say great. So if you're not logged in, you won't even see the comment form if you're not logged in. So great, you can see it's good now. So we're done with the comments. So guys, it's time for us to work on the search bar, whereby you can come down to the search here and search for an article instead. So if the article is available, you're going to have the article on the screen. Understand? If it's not, you're going to see a message that says this article is not on this website. Understand? So right now we're going to do that right away. And before I proceed, I want to show you something. So we're going to go down to the index.html, which we have over here. Okay, this is the part of the search bar. You can see this is the search field here. Understand? So for this to work, it must be inside of a form. So I'm going to create a form right away. So we'll copy this and paste it inside the form. And make sure the button is of type submit, or you remove the button, or you remove the type. If you make sure the button is of type submit. If it's not, You understand? So you either remove what we have here, or you put submit instead of button. You understand? So forms work with submit button. So you put submit here, or if you don't want to do that, you can just simply remove everything. By default, it uses submit. So you have that already. Yeah, see what we need to do now. So go down to our, so this is how it works here. Your form is meant to have a name attribute. So I'm going to create a name attribute now. Yeah, and this name attribute now, so it's through this name attribute you're going to get the value in this field. So I'm going to give this name attribute the name. I'm going to give it a value called search. So now it's through this search I'm going to get the value in the input in the search field. You understand? So let me show you how it's done. So I'll go down to my to my views.py in the blog app. Yeah, so yeah, okay. So right now I want to get the value that was passed in this field. So how do I do that? So I'm going to create a variable called keyword. I'm going to say keyword, since it's small, let me increase the size. Okay, keyword should be equal to request dot get. I told you that you need to use the name attributes, the value of the name attributes, and what we have here is called search, right? So I'm going to use that search. Yeah, so once I've done that now, yeah, so now I'm going to check if keyword exists. So what does that mean? If keyword exists, it simply means that there is a value in the field, in the search field. There's a value there. If keyword, so if keyword, then I'm going to simply filter. I'm going to say blogs should be equal to blog.object.filter. So right now I'm going to use the key lookup to do the filtering. The key lookup is much more, it helps to handle more complex queries. So I'm going to say from django.db.models.db.models, I'm going to import q. Yeah, so now right now I'm going to say blog.object.filter. So I'm going to filter with the blog title, the blog body, the blog category. You understand? So I'm going to say q. Oh, where's my q? Okay, q then. And I'm going to say blog.object.filter title. On the underscore I contains keywords. So I'm trying to see if the keyword can be found in the title of the blog. So I'm going to say keyword, or we are going to check for the body. We are going to do the or. We're going to check the blog's body. I'm going to do the same Q again. I'm going to say body. Hope it's called body. Let me be sure. The model. Okay, it's called body. Yeah, it's body. So I'm going to come over here and say body on the underscore I contains equal to keyword, and we're going to check for the category. We're going to say all the. We're going to check for the category. We are checking which of them contains the keyword. If any of them contains the keyword, that we are good to go. So I'm going to say or q again, category on the underscore title on the underscore I contains equal to keyword. Okay, since this is, let me just break it here. Yeah, so we have that. So now we are going to check. So we'll now say, so now we're going to just say if blogs, I'm trying to see if blogs.exists. If it exists, we are going to simply just do nothing for now. But if it does not exist, we are going to simply return a message that says, we're going to just say msg should be equal to, there is no, we're going to say there is no article with the keyword. So we're going to make sure we have msg declared above. It must be declared outside. You're going to say msg should be equal to none for now. So let's assume a user entered the keyword into the search bar. If the keyword, if the blog does not have that keyword in it, we are going to simply return this message. So we are saying if keyword, this if keyword here is going to say if there is a value in the search bar. But what if there is no value in the search bar? What's going to happen? For example, once it comes to the website like this now, currently we're on the site, there is no value on the search bar. We are meant to return the default blogs we have on the page, right? We're meant to return that. So we're going to undo that right now. I'm going to say, oh, see, there is no value. Give us the original blogs we had before, which is this. And we'll paste it here. Okay, that's it over there. Else, and then okay, I think we are good to go. We just simply need to pass MHE. We just simply need to pass MHE to the context. Yeah, we have it there. Okay, once we have that, I think we are good now. So go down to the index now. Where do we have the blog rendered out? Okay, we have it rendered here. So now we're going to say if msg I'm going to just come over here and pass the message instead. And I said that msg will only exist if there is no blog. If no blog matches the search parameter, the keyword. So I'm going to refresh now. I'm going to search for something gibberish and just refresh search. Ouch. You can see it says there is no article with this keyword. You understand? There is no article with this keyword. Okay, but mind you, I'm going to put this on top. Ouch. I'm going to put this on top of the featured blog. I also want to make sure that this blog does not also show. So I'm going to work on that. So let's bring this to the top of the featured article, featured blog. Bring it up. Here is it again. This is the featured blog post. So just on top, yeah. So I'll say, yeah, this is it. Okay, one more thing. I don't want the featured article to also be visible. Okay, I'm going to just simply... Okay, I know what to do. So I'm going to set featured blog to nothing. So if this is true, so I'm going to set featured blog here. I'm just going to copy this. Let's Ctrl C. And I'll set it to none for now, and then I will make sure this come down here. So if a user searches for a blog now, right now featured blog is not going to be visible on the page if there is no article with the keyword I was searched for. Understand? So now let's try again. What's happening? What line is that? Line 34, index.html. Line 34. Okay. To fix this error now, I'm going to go back to how it was before. So featured blog is going to always be available on the page. Even if it's always going to be available on the page, text, even if the search keyword does not match any of our blogs, understand? So I'm going to try again. So now let's search for something random, and then this is not meant to show. Okay, this is still, that's why it's showing. So now refresh the page. Okay, we have our blog articles now. So I'm going to come here and put something random. Refresh. So there is no article with the keyword. You can see our blogs, there is no blog here, it's just the featured blog post, right? So I'm going to make that stuff bigger. So here's it again. So here's it. Okay, there's it now. I'm going to put it in the paragraph tag, and I'll give it a class of display. Display 6. Yeah, so that's it. If I refresh again, the stuff still remains there. Remove it. So I'm going to search for JavaScript. So go right here. We only have JavaScript contents. JavaScript. You might be wondering that what about React Native? React Native now, this is under the JavaScript category. It's under, you understand? That's why it is part of the articles we had on the page. You understand? So if I search for Python, search, we only have Python tutorials on the page. You understand? So data science as is under Python category. That's why it's appearing on the page too. Okay, we are done with the searching, so I'm going to show you how to add pagination, whereby we can only have 4 articles per page. So we're going to work on pagination. So if we click on page 1, we only have 4 articles. On page 2, another 4. We're not meant to have all the articles lined up on a single page. So I'm going to show you how to implement pagination in the next session. Okay guys, so right now we have over 20 articles on a page, so that's poor user experience. So now we are going to implement pagination on this website, whereby we are going to have 4 articles per page. You understand? So we have over up to 26 articles. So we are going to like section them into like 4 articles per page. You understand? So we want to be able to use those buttons at the bottom. So like for example, on page 1 we have 4 articles, on page 2 another 4, so it's going to be 4 articles per page. So now we are going to implement that right away. So now, okay, down to your code, to the index now. So for now I had to remove the featured blog, so we're not using it for now. If you check closely, we don't have the featured blog on top again. So that's it. So right now we're going to simply go down to Django documentation so we're going to import the pagination. We're going to say Django pagination. I want to do some importing from there. Okay, it's open. So we need to import the pagination class from Django. So I need to get it from Django website. I don't know why it's taking this much time. Okay, it's open. So I need this class. Ctrl C. I'll paste it at the top of the page. Okay, so we have this here now. So what I want to do now, this is how it works. So we are going to pass the query set to the pagination to the paginator class. You understand? So this is our query set called blogs. These are our query sets called blogs. So now we are going to pass it to this paginator class. It's called paginator. And so you're going to say paginator. And we are going to pass the blogs. And then we're also going to put down the number of articles you want per page. So currently we want 4 articles per page. Since this is small, sorry, if it's too small, sorry. Okay, so we want 4 articles per page. Understand? So we're going to pass the query set then the number of articles you want per page. So right here I'm going to just come here and put this into a variable called paginator. This is a variable. All we have here is a variable. Understand? So it's not the same thing as this. It's not the same thing as this paginator class. So we have that there. Once we have that there, so we're going to simply reassign our blog. We're going to assign a new value to our blogs now. So we're going to say blogs should be equal to paginator.page 1. So now right now what we are going to see now, we're only going to see 4 blogs now on the browser, and that 4 blogs is meant for page 1. So that's what we are going to see. If I go down to our website here and I refresh the page, my server is not down. So now we only have 4 blogs. This is currently for page 1 and stuff. This is just for page 1. If I go down to page 2, let me just come here and say page 2. And once I refresh the page, so now we have another set of 4 blogs for page 2. But right now we want to be able to like click on these buttons to to change the pages. Understand? Currently we are on page 2, so I want to be able to use these buttons to like change the pages we want to be. So now that's what we want to do now. So we're going to pass this paginator to the context. Let's say paginator yeah. So now go down to our index.html. So we have this is the paginator, this is the pagination code over here. So now I'm gonna remove some of the items. For now, I'll just comment these two for now. We are gonna need it later, and this last one we'll need it later. As for the orders, I'll remove them. We only need one of it. So we're gonna run a for loop now to generate the order. Understand? So if we refresh, what's happening? Okay, don't worry, we run the server again. So right now I'm gonna say for page in paginator, for page, okay, we'll say for page in paginator dot page range. I want to be sure if it is called page range. Let's see. Okay, yeah, page range, yeah. So we are just going to loop through the number of pages we have. So now after doing that, we're going to just copy this. So this is going to simply output the number of buttons that we need. So if I comment, let me just comment this out, go down to the browser now, refresh the page. You can see now we only have page 2, right? So because we commented the other ones out. So now let's just put in, I'm going to just come back here, put this in and paste this. Now we're meant to have like 6 buttons. 6 buttons. Yeah, 6 of them, yes. So we're going to pass the value. The content should be page. Yeah, that should be content. Yeah, so we have 1 2 3 4 5 6, yes. So because we have 26 articles and we want to be able to render out 4 articles per page. Okay, we have this now. We're not done. So remember, if you click on it, nothing still happens. Nothing happens. So how do you go about that now? So what you want to do now is this. Now I want to simply pass a query parameter to this URL. I want to pass a query parameter. So this is how we're going to do it now. So we're going to come down here. We just put in the question mark and then we'll say page. These are query parameter called page. That's it. These are query parameter. We're going to say equal to the page we have here. Remember, this, for example, we are trying to look to the number of pages we have in our paginator. So this is the number of pages. So now we have 6 pages now. So page is going to be 1 during the first iteration, it's going to be 2 in the second iteration, and so on and so forth. So now I'm going to just pass page here. So now these are query parameter called page, and this is the value in this double curly braces. So once I just come down here now, right now I'm just going to just click on it. Right now you can see now we have the query parameter and the value is 3. So what we want to do now, so now that what if I click on 6, we have the query parameter page and the value is 6 now. So if you remember from our views now, I was adding the value, the page we are meant to be, I was adding it manually. So you're not meant to be, so I'm meant to not add it like this. You understand? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to declare a variable here. I'm going to call this variable, I'm going to say page should be equal to request.get page. So I want to get the value of this query parameter. That's what we have here. That's what this is saying. So now we're going to get, understand, now we're going to pass the value to this paginator. So right now we're not going to be adding this number manually. So it's whenever you click on that button, so we're going to say page. Yes, so that was something that's going to go wrong now, so I'm going to explain. So now what is going to happen now is that this blocks now is always going to depend on this page. I remember this page the value is coming from the browser. Let's assume it's not there. Let's assume someone comes to your website. You only have this page equal to this number whenever you click on the button. You understand? When you only have, so let's assume someone comes to the website on the first time. They're only going to have this as their URL, as their domain, the first time they visit the website. So how do we now? So now currently I tell you that this blogs is depending on this page, and this page is the value from the URL. But right now we don't have anything there, so we are not always going to have that page equal to. We're not always going to have it there. Understand? So what happens if it's not there? That's where this error comes in. So now we are going to fix it now. So what we're going to do now, we are going to copy this, Ctrl C. So we need to import it. So we're going to import it from here. So now scroll down to everywhere. So now we are going to try and accept the try and accept block. We're going to say try. So now we're going to try now. So if everything works, if there is no issue, this will be executed. But if there is a problem, we're going to catch the problem here. We're going to say accept. So that's called, yeah, that's it there. So we're going to accept now. So if anytime we have this page not an integer, how do we fix it? This is how we fix it here. Okay, sorry, I made a mistake. This should be, let me say Ctrl Z. Oh no, Ctrl Y. So come back here. So we're going to say this is a try block. Yeah, see, there is no problem. We're going to render these blocks like this. So we're going to listen for the accept, as I said before. So we're going to just copy this. So now we're going to listen for this error. This error comes up. We're going to simply render the block, but this time, whenever there is no query parameter, we are going to just simply render out the content on the first page. So we're going to change that page to 1. Understand? So that's what we're going to do there. So now the error should be fixed. Now if I refresh the page, okay, you can see now it's fine. So now it's showing us it's showing us the article on page 1, even without clicking on any of these. If I click on page 2, you can see now it showed me the number of articles on page 2. Click on page 5, it's showing me. So right now these buttons are working. They're working, right? If I click on page 6, it shows me, you understand? So yeah, they're working. We're not done. Let's assume someone comes and say page 10. Currently we only have to page 6. If someone come over here and put page 10, it's going to throw an error. So if you refresh, this is the error we are facing now. So how do we fix this? Now we just copy this. We're going to import it also. Yeah, and we're going to also catch an error. I'm going to say accept, paste it. And we're also going to come over here, Ctrl C. Or page sounds, be sure of what it's called. I think it's called, let me check the documentation. I think it's called page number. Okay, it's called page.num pages. This is what it's called, num_pages. So just paste that here. I'm gonna say paginator dot, yeah, so that's it. So now, okay, I spelled accept wrongly. Right, the server is reloading, let it run. Okay, it's up. Come back here, refresh. It's going to show me the content on the last page. You understand? So if you put in page equal to 100, it's always going to show me the content of the last page. Yeah, so that's it now. So one thing is I want to add a better user experience, so that whenever you click on any of these, it's going to show that you're on page 3 or page 4. So we're going to go down to the index.html. So now to our templates. So now what we're going to do is we're going to check out for, we're going to listen. We're going to write an if block. I'm going to say if page is equal to blogs dot number. So that's going to check if the current page we are on is the same thing as the blog's current page. Understand? So let's assume if you click on 3. So you click on 3 and you're on page 3, you understand, I want to be able to like mark out 3, you understand. So now I'm gonna say if page equals to blocks.number. So what was the next thing to do? So I'll just simply copy this, Ctrl C, I'll paste it here. So we're going to have this rendered out. So we're going to pass the page here, and then we're going to simply just pass in this to the href attributes. Yeah, we've done that, and I'm going to listen for the else. I'm going to say else. If it's not, we just put in this, Ctrl X, and paste it to the browser. Refresh. Currently we're on page 3. You can see now it's marked out. If I go down page 4, it's marked out. Yeah, so now one more thing, we want to be able to like add an extra button that says previous or next. So how do you go about that? Right now we're going to come out of the for loop. We're going to come out of the for loop now. So we're going to just come over here and say, so we're going to say if blogs dot as previous, yeah. So if it has previous, I want to have an external button that says previous and one that says next. Let's assume you're on page 3. So if you click on the previous button, it takes you down to page 2. If you click again, it takes you down to page 1. And once it's in page 1, the previous button disappears. The same thing applies for the next. If you're on page 3, you click on the next button, it takes you down to page 4, and so on. Once you're on page 6, the next button disappears. So now let's implement. They're going to say if blogs that as previous. If it has previous, I'm just going to copy this, Ctrl C, now paste it here. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to simply pass in the okay, what I'm going to do now is this. Let me ask previous now. Come over here. I'm going to simply put in our query parameter. I'm going to say should be equal to blogs dot. And I'm going to be sure of what it's called. It's going to be blog dot previous page number. So that's it. Yeah, where was I? Okay, yeah. Let me just break this. Okay, we're gonna put previous here. So now let's see. So you can see now, currently, let me just remove the disabled field. It has that disabled attribute there. So currently we're on page 3. So if I click on previous, it's going to take me down to page 2. We're on page 2, go down to page 1, it's disappeared. So I'm going to do the same. I'm going to do the same thing for the next. So I'll just copy this, make sure outside of the for loop, Ctrl Z, Ctrl C, outside the for loop, paste it here. I'm going to say if blog.as next, and here I'm going to just I'm going to say blog.next page number, and here I'm going to pass next to the browser. Refresh. So click on next, because now we have both previous and next. Because click on next, it keeps going. If you're on page 6, it's gone. So that's it about the pagination. Okay guys, right now it's time for us to deploy our web application to the cloud in Instagram, and we are going to be deploying on render.com. So we've come a long way. I think this tutorial is over 4 hours long. So right now it's time for us to deploy. So let's go through the application again. Let's be sure everything is fine. So you can log in, you can check out your profile, log out, create articles, understand. So it's there, so you can check things out. You can delete your post if you want, so you can update it if you want to. So we've gone a long way. So let's just push it. Let's deploy this. Understand? So right now you have to go down, you have to push your code to GitHub. That's the first step. Push your code to GitHub. If you don't know, if you don't know how to do that, I have a video linked in this video's description on how to push your code to GitHub, how to push your Django code to GitHub. So now I'm going to go down to render.com. Okay, yeah, this is it. So click open it. So before that opens, let's prepare our application for deployment. So you need to go get white noise. You have to, okay, before we do that, so I already pushed my code to GitHub, so do the same for yourself. Okay, now let's install gunicorn. I'm gonna say pip install gunicorn. This is needed in production. gunicorn. So while it's installing, let's go get white noise. So this render, it looks different. It looks different from what I know. Okay, let's click on dashboard. So okay, it's render. So as render is loading, let's go down. So I'm going to search for Django white noise configuration. Django white noise. Okay, this is render, yes. Okay, white noise, just click on the first link. So I said you have to install gunicorn first. It is used to run a production server in production. So it's installed. So then white noise, how do you configure you? First of all, you run the command pip install white noise. Make sure you have a virtual environment activated. Install white noise. So as it's installing, you have to add this to the middlewares. Yeah, copy that under the security middleware. We go down there to go down to your settings.py file. Sorry, it says security middleware, rather. That's security middleware. I was doing that in installed apps, sorry. So okay, so this is the service. You add this to our settings.py file. Control C, add it to your settings.py file. Go down to your static file region. Yeah, over here. Yes. So is that all? Click on with Django. Let's be sure that's all. Okay, I think that's all. So we already have white noise installed. We already have gunicorn installed. So right now we're going to create our file. We're going to create a file called requirement.txt. We're going to say this file is going to simply hold all the dependencies for our project. So I'm going to say, okay, so run this command. I'm going to say pip freeze, then the angle sign. I'm going to say requirements.txt. So this file is going to list out all the dependencies for our web application, so you can see them here. So we already have this done. We're going to also create a file called build.sh. Remember, we are creating those files in the root directory, the same path as your manage.py file. Understand? So that's I also done this. So we'll paste this code in the build.sh. So I'm going to copy this code into the. You're going to find this code in the comment section. Yep. So currently we are deploying to render. So I have a more comprehensive tutorial where I taught how to deploy to render using SQLite 3 and also using Postgres and configuring your environment variables and every other Django stuff. I have a more comprehensive tutorial. I'm going to link that video in this video's description. So we have this now. So we're going to push again to GitHub. So I'm going to update my key. I'm going to say pip. Sorry, what am I saying? Sorry, git add dots. Let's say git commit. I'm going to say prepping for deployment, and say git push origin main. Oh, I'm not connected to, so my internet currently, sorry, I'm not connected to the internet. Let me connect to the internet right now. So I'll say git push origin main. Let's try again. Hope this pushes this time. Okay, we have render already. So while it's pushing, so we're going to sign on to render using GitHub. Okay, I think it's done pushing. Okay, so I already have my GitHub connected to render. That's fine. So I'm going to click on this button, on the blue button, click on new. Sorry, I need to connect. Okay, I already have my application connected to, I already have my GitHub account connected to render. I've been deploying for some times now. So okay, so I'm going to create a new web service. So for you, just connect your GitHub account to render. I told you before, I have a comprehensive tutorial on deploying a Django app to render. This is just a quick stuff here. So okay, so I'm going to click, make sure, leave it the way it is. We are building and deploying from a Git repository instead. So I'm going to click on the next button. So okay, yeah, there's no problem. You're on the right track. Yes, you're on the right track. So right now it's time for us to connect to GitHub instead. So okay, I can easily decide to, let me just click on configure accounts. Yeah, configure accounts. So you're going to install render on GitHub. So I'm going with my account, Clinton Code 20. You can follow me on GitHub, follow me on X, on LinkedIn, subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's where to support your boy Clinton. So scroll down. So I'm going to select the repository I want to deploy. Select. So it's called Django 24. Django, so search for it, Django 24. That's Django 2024. Django 24, where are you? Okay, here it is. So yeah, that's it. So I'm going to save. Okay, it's coming. It's loading. Let's wait for it. Be fast. Come up. Okay, so you can see we have Django 24 up there. Yeah, see it here. So I'm going to connect it. It's loading. Just wait for it. Yeah, so we're going to give our site a name. I'm going to call it Django 24, Django 2024. Is that fine? Django 24. Leave it Django 24. So yeah, leave this main. Yeah. So yeah, for your Gnicon app, just paste this. So I'm going to say it's not going to be your Django project. Our Django project is called Django 24. The file, the folder that has your settings.py file. Ours is called Django 24. Come back here and we're going to change this to Django underscore 24. And as for this, scroll down, and as for the build command, make sure it is sh. So we are going to point down to the build.sh file we have here. So it's going to be sh then build.xh, you understand? So I think that's all we need for now. So I'm going to choose the Obi project for now. Yeah, for now. So I'm going to create our web service. So let's wait for it. So currently our service is building. Once it's done building, it's going to deploy. So just close this. Oh, what's this? It says build failed. What's the problem? Oh, sorry. I have to set my static routes in my. Sorry, you can see the error message is there. Go down to the project. Go down to your settings.py file. How will I forget? So we need to set our static root. I forgot. Static underscore roots should be equal to the base underscore directory, and I'm going to call this, I'm going to say slash, I'm going to say assets. Yeah. So we're going to push again. I'm going to say git add dots git commit added static roots, and then we push git push origin main. So once it's done pushing, the build is gonna restart again. Or if it does not restart, okay, it's done pushing. If it does not restart, just scroll up, click on this drop down and choose deploy latest commit, and it's gonna restart building. So let's wait for it while it builds and deploy. Okay, I'm making some progress. So it's deploying now. So once it's done deploying, our sites we are not done yet. So once it's done deploying, we need to add the URL to the allowed hosts. And here is the URL. Just copy this. So we need to add it to the allowed hosts. So our site is live, but we are still going to face an error. You can see we need to add the URL. You can see talking about the allowed host here. So now we need to go add that to the. I already copied the URL up here. Copy. Go down to your code and just go down to your allowed host in a settings.py file. In your settings.py file. So we just add that here. Okay. So remove the protocol, remove the HTTPS protocol, remove it, and we're also going to add the normal our development local. We're going to say 127.0.0.1, and then you can also add local hosts if you use it. So once you're done again, push again to GitHub, then git commit. I'm going to say added domain, added URL to localhost. And then we push git push origin main. Push. Okay, it's done pushing to the browser. Come over here, deploy the latest commit. I think will be good this time, hoping it works. So currently let's see what it's doing. It's still loading. What's happening? So now it's building again. Okay. Currently it's uploading the build. Right now it's deploying. The build is successful. And next should be our URL should be live. Where are you? Show us. Okay, after this, okay, I think our URL is now live. We should have said that. But in this, okay, I think it's going to say that now. Yeah, your service is live. Perfect. So I hope it works. Open this on a new tab. And boom, our site is live on the internet. You can access it wherever you are in the world. So I think we've made huge progress building this. Thank you for joining my tutorial. Please do to subscribe to the channel, like and share. The link to this source code is going to be in this video's description. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next episode, in the next video. So stay blessed and bye bye.